think we're good.
Yep.
Our city, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, let me do the official business here, I guess. So today is Friday, February 13th, 2026, and I'm going to call the meeting of the Supervised Release Board to order, and we'll start with a roll call of attendees. Member Christine Bray.
Present.
Member Joe Earhart.
Present.
Member Andrew Larson.
Present.
Member Cheryl Ramstead is excused, and Paul Schnell is present. Let the record reflect that there is a quorum present. These cases that we're going to be hearing today all require a 3 members to be present for a quorum, and it is a majority vote in terms of the action. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Holmes Larson.
I didn't know you did, so.
They're talking in the background, I can't. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Lucas Roy Butala, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Rush City. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with the other members that you just heard introduced. Our records indicate that on September 5th, 1998, Midway Dispatch received a call of smoke in a residence in Eveleth, Minnesota. The home was reported to be a duplex, and the upstairs tenant was the individual who called to report the fire. Upon arrival, rescue personnel noted that the lower level duplex was engulfed in smoke. Firefighters extinguished the fire, and in the processes, located the bodies of 2 deceased individuals in the lower duplex. The bodies were later identified to be Gene Olson and Michael Mekulik. Autopsy results confirmed both victims died from smoke inhalation. An investigation was conducted on December 11th, 1998. It was learned that Lucas Butala said he was at the residence with the victims and had poured gasoline on Olson after providing Olson with sleeping pills. Butala claimed that when Olson fell asleep, he ignited the gasoline and fled the scene, stealing a car 2 blocks away from the residence to get away. Butala stated that he had killed Olson because he believed Olson was going to narc out Butala and his father. On February 24th of 2000, Lucas Roy Butala was sentenced to 2 counts of first-degree murder in St. Louis County District Court. Originally, the sentence called for consecutive sentences. However, the counts were amended and his sentences were made concurrent. Today's review represents his first review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date will occur on February 8th of 2029. Thank you. I'll turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Butala. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm doing fine.
All right. I'd like to start this off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, seeing as I really haven't been given much of an opportunity over the last 27 years of my incarceration, I'd like to get to a minimum program and possibly start doing the things I need to do to prove that I'm capable of functioning within a regular society. I don't believe that to sit incarcerated, unable to do the things I need to be doing for any longer is going to be conducive to me or the public. So I'd just like to get on with it and, do the things I need to be doing instead of being held back from them
So describe what it is that you believe you need to be doing.
Well, the mandates and everything that have been set for me by the Department of Corrections, I've basically been withheld from doing or accomplishing any of them. I tried to, I signed up for all the things that I was supposed to be doing, and I kept being denied over and over and over and over again.
Why is that?
They said because of amount of time or space, availability. Even when it came to simple things like having a job like the rest of the inmates in the facilities, I was cut short. I mean, I haven't had much for employment in the entirety of my incarceration. I basically had to do all my time, either 22 or 21, 24 hours a day in a cell. So, I'm just trying to say that I feel like the Department of Corrections has failed me in rehabilitation or the availability of proving myself as somebody that is productive.
So you've served 27 years to date. Talk about, understand that you believe the Department of Corrections failed you, but what have you done to demonstrate change?
Well, basically, I've tried to do everything I can. I've tried to gain employment through the Department of Corrections. They don't really.
No, I want you to stop the days, and I want you to start talking about the I's. So, what is it that you've done?
Well, I've stayed nonviolent and basically to myself. I haven't developed any new criminalities. I'm still this person that I was when I came in. As far as, I'm not your new methamphetamine producer like a lot of these guys become because they learn from each other. The opportunities I've had haven't really given me opportunity to do much except for tend to myself.
Okay. So, can you talk at all about any STG involvements, for instance? Does that matter?
It matters. I've had STG involvement in the past. I've basically dissolved my affiliations basically by cutting everybody off from. I don't speak to anyone anymore. I'm a very solitary person. I spend time to myself. I don't get involved in political action. The only political action I do involve myself in is trying to do things that will make the Department of Corrections run better for us as individual people and as a group of men that are in the same situation.
So you've been in for a long time, and you've gotten to know a lot of people who I'm sure over the course of that time who've been serving long or life sentences. Is that fair?
Yes.
Have all of them been held back in the ways that you have been held back?
I don't feel so.
Okay.
So I don't
what
even.
made them different?
Not having connection to real estate and money and mining. And, you know, I have a different, my case isn't, it has some politics behind it, so. I believe I've been held back because of the people that were involved in my case.
Oh, I see. So that there is string pullers on the outside that are keeping you from being able to access the things that you want or need.
I believe so.
All right. Do you believe that you would be a risk if you were to be released?
Zero.
Why?
Well, for one, I know it says that I have admittance to the crime that I'm in prison for, but the investigator that was on my case basically proved my innocence and then quit because he was being harassed by authorities about standing up for me. I'm not guilty of the crime I'm in prison for. I'm not a coward, and I wouldn't kill somebody in such a cowardly fashion. The only way I'd kill somebody is if I had to do it to protect myself or somebody else. I'm zero risk because well, I just don't believe that I want to involve myself in any criminal activities. I just want to hunt and fish and have a wife and live a life like a man. I've been denied every second of my life for the last 27 years. And it's just not desirable in me to ever violate the law or put myself in a situation of this again.
So along the way, there were times where you admitted your involvement in the offense. Is that fair?
In order to gain leniency and what's the word I'm looking for? Immunity. They were going after my family members and everything, so I thought it would be an integrity thing to basically put myself under the bus to stop my family from being harassed by the law enforcement. They were being very aggressive, scaring my, little brothers and sisters, and so I threw myself under the bus. And at that time, it was part of the judge's orders that I stand up and admit to the crime in order to get the plea agreement that we agreed to.
Okay.
But that's the only reason why I ever admitted to. I just said what they told me to say, so.
Okay. What insights do you have, or over the course of time, have you gained into yourself, and your needs, your thinking patterns, any of that stuff?
Well, I know myself very well. I've become a very spiritual individual. I meditate. I have my own old-fashioned way of burnt offering and everything. I've come to know myself to be, a mature individual now, a man, instead of, this boy that wants to run around and just have fun. Now I just want to enjoy life as a grown adult man with a wife, take her hunting and fishing, enjoy things as they're supposed to be. I don't plan on really enjoying much more. All I really desire is just to have the things a man is supposed to have.
So do you, have you had struggles along the way, with mental health or anything else?
I've had a couple struggles. I went through a period where I felt like being under attack by satellite technology. And it was very difficult. I mean, I literally did have a nervous breakdown in an episode for a couple months where I was not in control of my own mind.
And that's better.
Oh yeah, it's much better.
Have you read through the comprehensive risk assessment?
Yes, I have.
What's your sense of it?
Well, it's I'd say a pretty accurate quick glimpse into a person that you talk to for 4 hours or 5 hours. I feel that the individual that did the report was very attentive and comprehensive. There isn't much in there that I feel insulting or that I disagree with.
Okay. The assessment itself, and I think you've read it, so it kind of indicates that you thought to present moderate to high risk of future violence. How do you react to that assessment?
Well, I don't really see myself as I've cultivated myself to be able to control myself very well. I basically laugh at people, they accost me and I just, right, and walk away. So, I don't know. I don't think that I'm much of a risk for assaultive behaviors. I'd say more low than medium to high.
Okay. And I hear your request is that you would like to be, able to be released and to live your life and do what you need to do. Do you, I think you probably understand that there's a process. You're still in close custody. Why do you think you're still in close custody? Just this is all part of the string pullers on the outside keeping you back?
Yes, and the string pullers on the inside. I had well, yeah, I don't know how aware you are of what's gone on with me in the past, but it was there was property stolen from me by the Department of Corrections through the property department, heirlooms, jewelry, and coins, and other things that came into the Department of Corrections after the death of an individual. And well, I spent 21 months being poisoned by the prison staff in Oak Park Heights because of this property. They got caught, and I was sent over to the state of Wisconsin for 12 years, where some of them Department of Corrections employees followed me over there and commenced to do it again, which caused my the nervous breakdown thing that I was talking about. Hence, when I then finally was being transferred back to the state of Minnesota, I was supposed to be going to an early release minimum program from what I was told in the paperwork. And on transfer, I ended up over in Stillwater for the past 4 years instead of given that opportunity at a minimum.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I'll just be honest. I mean, that, I don't know how that got communicated or who communicated that, but you know, that because of your life sentence, minimum is not a decision that you know, facility level staff or wardens can make. That has to be made by either the commissioner and now in concert with the board, with this board. So I'm sorry that communication was what it was, but I also note that that you know, you were offered at least the opportunity or to participate, and I think you were actually in Atlantis, were you not?
I was.
Yeah, and that did not go well.
It went great until I put a book on somebody's bars, and happened to be that the guy was a sex offender and took offense to the title of the book, and that was it. I got kicked off putting a book on his bars. Somebody that I talked to every single day, helped him with his work, helped him with his treatment plan, gave him great recommendation with his, you know, I was a friend of the guy, trying to accomplish the being more sociable that the DOC had asked me to be, you know.
So explain to me like how, so somebody else thought that the book was offensive. Is that what you're saying? Some staff person or whatever?
Well, what it actually, the reasoning is that when he first came into the program, some young guy put a book on his bed about obesity and how to lose weight because he was an obese guy. And he took offense to that book. And well, 4 months later, I put a book on his bars, and he took it to the staff. And because of the first book, you know, it was like a domino effect, I guess, because of the first book and him being offended the first time. Me putting a book there was a much bigger deal than they should have ever presented it to be. I mean, I just wanted to show him the book.
And but you never got a chance to explain that to anybody?
Well, I did, and that's the problem, is that once he found out that it was me that put it there, he didn't have a problem. But the staff had a problem. So they kiboshed me.
So do you think, you know, so I think there was some thought that maybe it was not a single incident. Was it just a single incident of challenge there?
Yeah.
Okay.
With that incident, before that, I had we were preparing for the play over there. I think
Yep.
you were in attendance too.
I didn't make it, but I'm familiar with it.
And the guy was making they were making cardboard things for the play, and he made a little dog. And I put it looked like the dog was squatting and taking a deuce. So I put a little pile of deuce there out of cardboard. And they, you know, the staff again, even though he didn't have a problem with it, thought it was inappropriate. And I got put on contract for it for 30 days and had to, you know, do extra work. That's about it.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. The other members have questions for Mr. Dell?
Mr. Budala, I have a few questions, if you don't mind answering them for me.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you in Atlantis before you were terminated, and what, it was January?
Yeah, it was 4 months.
Okay, and during that time, do you feel you learned anything in treatment, made any changes?
I learned a lot of things. Changes. See, I had already really treated myself. I'm an extensive reader and writer. So the program, to me, it seemed a lot of stress. It stressed me out a lot.
I noted also that you had mentioned that there was some other programming you would like to have gotten into, but you'd been denied. What programming is that?
Well, there are things like you know, masonry, cabinet making, you know, vote technical things, and higher education. They I just never was allowed to do it. So
Are you still attempting to get into programs? And along with that, do you intend to reapply to CD treatment programs?
well, I don't know if there's a possibility of me being able to accomplish a treatment program at, you know, maybe Lino Lakes or somewhere like that, where the treatment program it's more notariable, I guess. The program over in Stillwater seems to be very chaotic, and you know, I don't think it's really a conducive treatment program. But I'd like to possibly, you know, find a program that might be suitable to, you know, actually treating somebody instead of creating an adversarial environment that stresses people out. You know,
And I noted that in the report, you stated at some point that you committed the murders to protect your family. Could you talk about that, how you believed or why you said that the murders protected your family?
when I spoke earlier,
This was at some point in your report, you made that statement that you committed these crimes to protect your family.
that must have been a misnomer or misprint or something. I didn't commit the crimes that I'm in prison for.
Okay, so you did mention that too. You seem to believe that you've been a victim yourself and that you're more of a martyr than anything else. Can you talk about that?
Well, I don't believe that I'm a martyr. I do believe that, well, I know for a fact, and it's easily back upable. See, I have ownership of Iron Range Mining Company and several mines in the Iron Range mining lode, including Evelyn Taconite, Mintac, and the railroad system that goes from the mines to the Great Lakes shipping.
And that, how is that related to your belief system?
Well, people they wanted the companies and they wanted the money and they wanted the land. So basically I was put in prison so they could do it. And that's what they've done. They've taken, now there are Asians in the mining and banking that the mining takes care of.
Do you have a support system outside in terms of friends, family, people that you communicate with that you feel would be supportive of you?
I've been cut off. The only person I have really any access to is my father, and I only get through to him like maybe once every 2 weeks. He's visited a few times. My mother, she did before him, but she's passed away. So
Okay, those were my only questions. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Mr. Batala, I think I just really have, well, probably two questions. Very early in our conversation today, you said in answer to one of Commissioner Schnell's questions that at one point you felt like you didn't have control over your own mind. And hopefully I heard that correctly. And I just wonder, and then you said, but it got better. How did it get better?
Well, through my own cognitive reasoning, if I wouldn't have been who I am as far as in my mind, I've had pretty much well control of myself. But when I was losing control of myself, the only reason I was able to stay non-assaultive and non-violent and together is because of the work I've done as far as reading and educating myself and keeping my mind calm. I worked very hard with myself and meditation and spirituality in order to get my mind back in order. And I actually volunteered to have one-on-one treatment with psychological programming through several different DOC psychologists to aid me in recuperating.
Could you just say a little bit more about that? Because I got the impression, and I could be wrong, that you didn't like your experiences with mental health providers at the DOC.
There have been a few people that want to basically go into I'm very well with one-on-one conversation and talking about the things that are affecting me. And there have been a couple of these psychologists who want to actually like delve into things much deeper, which I found disagreeable. I don't really want to allow access to myself that deeply. So I've told them that I no longer wanted to speak to them.
Yeah, that can be tough. So your diagnosis from the psychologist, narcissistic, schizoid, delusional, stimulant disorder. What's your reaction? What do you think about that?
Well, I don't. The narcissism, comes from, I guess, feeling that I'm a bit more knowledgeable of my spiritualism. And I guess to a lot of people, it might feel or look that way, that I feel like I'm superior because I don't socialize with people and everything else. I know people feel brushed off, and I guess that would be narcissism. I guess it's an agreeable thing. I don't really have a substance abuse disorder, I don't believe. Of the 27 years that I've been in prison, I've probably maybe used, well, I'd say over the last 25 years, because when I first came in, I used quite often because of the anger and depression. But the last 25 years, I've maybe used a dozen times. I don't really enjoy drugs or alcohol much anymore. So,
What about schizoid delusional?
well, that came with the the time period where I was losing it due to chemicals that were being introduced into my food starting in like 2008. And the damage done to my brain by, things like insulin and certain poisons that they found in my blood and whatnot. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Mr. Batala, in reviewing your packet, just wondering if you can talk a little bit about kind of what your plans are for release. I know you've said during this interview that you want to get married, have a family, and do the things that a man would do. Those are my words, not yours, obviously. But just wondering, what are your goals for release? I think I had read something about trying to get your businesses back. I mean, what would you do for housing? Just kind of curious if you could elaborate on that for me.
Well, I do have access to quite a lot of property as far as housing goes. I won't have a problem with living space, and I do have a fight. I mean, I've been trying to, for years, I've been trying to get into the courts in order to fight for these businesses and and whatnot that I have ownership of. I have a fight on my hands with that. I'll definitely be going to court and trying to obtain and retain my companies and whatnot, which will probably be newsworthy. But employment, I think I'd like to get into the business of building homes and rebuilding and some landscape. These things have always been attractive to me, stonemasonry and whatnot. The work of a man, moving things with your hands, everything. So.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Batala, just you talk a little bit about maybe wanting to go down to medium. I think you said minimum, but how do you think you'd fare in medium custody where, you might have more opportunities for participation in certain programs? Would that work for you, do you think?
I think I'd fare well as long as I am not stalled more, if I can get into the programs that I believe will help me with a future and prove to the panel of people that are here that I actually have the capacity to accomplish things that are tasked to me, I think I'd fare well. I've been in medium before. I've been to Lino Lakes and Moose Lake facilities, and did well.
What got you moved back up then? Treatment? Was it the treatment move?
Well, it was, this was on another incarceration. This was
Oh,
that I
okay,
did 15 months for.
okay. All right, well, Mr. Patel, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I just want to open the floor for you to provide any last comments to the board.
Well, since we all are human beings and everything, you know, I know you people make decisions on on a lot of lives in the Department of Corrections, and I'd just like to say to you that most of us in the Minnesota Department of Corrections could be much worse people than we are. You know, this department is you know, ripe with a lot of boredom and complacency, and I for one have held myself together from being a jerk because of complacency. I've kept myself quite mellow, and like I said before, you know, every second of my life for the last 27 years has been this department. And I hope that, you know, people have compassion for that. You know, I think it's time for me to move on. I think it's time for me to have something better than 24 hours of complacent boredom and turmoil to keep calm. I'd
Thank
like
you.
to,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
you know, I'd like to get home and, you know, hug my family. It's been a long time.
Let me just ask, you know, one other question here. You talk about, you know, about the programs and the programs that you have not been able to get into, and or the jobs that have been passed by you. You have no idea why you haven't been able to be successful in securing and maintaining a job?
I know it has something to do with security and believing whatever it is that they believe. I mean, I've never really had anyone really tell me why they keep denying me these opportunities. Like with the treatment, they had actually said like 25 years ago that they were going to retract me having to be mandated a treatment because they didn't feel that I met the criteria. The only reason I started reapplying for treatment was because I ended up in Stillwater, and they weren't allowing me to do anything. So I started reapplying, and then they were telling me that I wasn't eligible because of my incarceration length of, and then all of a sudden they let me in.
Okay.
You know, no one's ever really told me why I'm not being afforded the opportunity.
Okay. One last thing was, I understand that you are now like maintaining your innocence and you have you can do whatever you need to do there. But if you put yourself in the shoes of family members of the people whose lives were lost in this case, and you had, and you were listening, let's just say, so, I have no idea if they are or not, but and you knew that there were times when the person accepted responsibility and then times when they didn't. How do you imagine they might feel?
Well, I think that if it's in my position, I'd be possibly upset depending upon my knowledge of the situation. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the individuals, family members of the people that are in question, I'm pretty sure they know that I'm innocent because there was very blatant, um, you know, things that happened that, I mean, say that I didn't accomplish this crime. I think they know that the only reason that I did take a plea agreement was to protect my family. So, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings or not take accountability. It's quite the opposite. I think people should understand that I threw my whole life away for other people. And there are people that know with 100% fact and certainty that I didn't commit this crime and they've never come forward.
So let me ask this: do you know who did it?
I don't, by the forensic, I don't believe anyone did. I believe it was an accidental fire. It slow ignite. They died of smoke inhalation. They did not burn. Every investigative, I mean, I've read and I've investigated this myself extensively. And even all the patternings and burning and alligatoring and the smoke damage and all this, it all leads to the same conclusion, and that's that it was a very slow starting fire, smoldering, smoking.
And just to be clear, you've exercised or went through all of your due process and appellate rights?
No, that's another thing that I've been trying to represent myself, trying to set up court hearings with judges, and I'm being hung up on by the clerk of court and sheriff's department and everything else in the area that this occurred. I can't seem to get a hearing with a judge. I tried going outside of the county of conviction to the counties that I've been housed in prison, and it's, you have to go to the county that they keep telling me, you have to go. And I try to explain to them that I'm being denied access to the court.
So there would have been an automatic appellate action, right? In a first degree case?
Yes.
And that was denied then, right? And that, so we'd be looking at your next steps here. Okay. That's all I really was looking for, was just to make sure that you were, exercising all of your options on that front.
I appreciate it.
Okay. With that, at this time, I'm going to close the discussion with you, Mr. Batala, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open it up to the board for the discussion of next steps.
Well, I'll start by making a motion and see where it goes. No parole, continue 3 years. I think with probably multiple conditions, no discipline, really engage in programming, engage with mental health. And I'm most concerned that he make an appointment with a psychiatrist.
I would concur with that. I recognize that he is maintaining his innocence. However, even with that, and obviously board forum isn't necessarily a place to try to, challenge some of the thinking, but clearly what comes through even in the interview as well as the packet, there's, from my perspective, a great deal of delusion. And that is always that is going to be a very problematic moving forward. So unless that gets addressed, it's going to be hard for progress to be made until that thinking is challenged. I'll just be honest from my perspective.
So
I
let me
agree.
let me just go back here and just say, so Chris made a motion. Andrew, was that a second?
That's a second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Further discussion.
I would like to add one more discussion point. Could we make the 3 years contingent upon completion of chemical dependency treatment at the very least? And if no completion, then I see no need to see him in 3 years. So until and unless he completes treatment, I would extend that period if we can set it up that way.
So I think one of the challenges we run into with on the 27-year review is that they do become statutorily eligible at 30. And so
Okay.
to not afford them that opportunity, I think could become problematic. So that's, there certainly can be longer periods of continuance, but on this first one, it does become a little bit more challenging just given the statutory eligibility.
Well, then just add that as a requirement,
Yeah, so SUD treatment.
chemical dependency treatment.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. And with that, we'll call the vote. Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. An unanimous vote. Mr. Butala, your parole is denied, which is not uncommon given the fact that your 27-year review. We would continue this matter for 3 years. That with the expectations that there would be no discipline, your involvement or engagement in whatever pro-social programming that you certainly are encouraged to participate in, restorative justice, et cetera, mental health, and I think some level of engagement with psychiatry. And I think you heard SUD treatment as something that could be looked at. And I think as you go forward, some of the challenges around thinking and delusions and so forth are going to be challenges that you're going to need to address and find a level of insight around and about as we go forward. And so I would just encourage you to take that to heart. I would also just say that as it relates to placement, I would ask that we add in there that and this is more of a Department of Corrections, we have the ability to do, is that the PRT look at and consider the best any other placement options that might help afford some access to these services, and that could be at the medium custody level or otherwise. But I just would at least like that explored to make sure that you're in the place where you can most easily access the types of programs and services that are being recommended here. Do you have any questions about that, Mr. Patel?
I do.
Okay.
Now, because of the inaccessibility, I've been looking into other options, and I came across a statute in state and federal law that say that if the State Department of Corrections is finding it hard to accommodate an individual's mandated rights to programming and whatnot, that there's a contingency to be able to apply to the federal prison system to go and finish your mandates because they will afford you the opportunity to do what it is that you need to do to be released from prison or given the opportunity to go into a lower custody level. Is this something that I could possibly implore your board to do? Maybe send me to a medium custody federal facility here in Minnesota so that I can be afforded my mandated rights to do these things?
Well, first of all, there is a sovereign difference between state and federal. And there is no ability for you to petition to go to federal prison. That just doesn't exist. There is the option, we have the options of placement options in that way. But here's what the board has the ability to certainly recommend placement options. And I, added that I want the PRT to do that, and I would want that report to come back to me so I can see what that discussion is and the discussion with you and them about where you could best access programs and services would come to me, and then, I can take a look at it. But there is no option for you to be looked at federally other than through, a transfer option that we would be able to explore. And I'm not willing to do that without, looking at what the options are here first. And, for good reason, because at the end of the day, we know that access to programs can be equally challenging in federal systems and state systems. And what I don't want to do is be chasing the challenges that the challenges that a person has in one system to another. And I also don't want to be in a place where we're establishing new barriers where some other system has to get used to or understand what your needs are, what you're about. So I'm not willing to look at that at this time. Okay. So you'll have that meeting with the PRT there, and that report can come back to HRU and to me, and then we can talk about what placement options are most appropriate. But I want that to happen before anything else occurs. Okay.
So how long would this?
How long will it take?
Yes.
Well, they can, whenever they can get it scheduled, your case manager there and the warden and so forth can talk about getting that put together, and you can have a meeting with them and talk about what other options, and make sure that behavioral health is involved with that as well, and go from there. So it's not going to happen next week, but it will happen in the next month or so when that can be convened. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Rush, City will wait for you to exchange things out over there. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
All right.
Sir, can you hear me?
No,
Okay,
I
you
can't.
have, there you
Right.
go. Can you
Yep.
say something?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you. And do
Yep.
I pronounce your last name? Azure?
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 Yep.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to keep that straight. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Joseph Allen Azure, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Rush City. Mr. Azure also has his advocate participating today. And if you could too as well, introduce yourself for me.
Ojawashko Anayakwe.
All right, thank you very much for helping out today. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Joe Earhart, Andrew Larson, and Christine Bray. Our records indicate during the evening hours of March 5th, 1999, the Becker County Sheriff's Department investigated a report of a shooting incident at the White Earth grocery store in White Earth, Minnesota. Investigating officers found David King, who had suffered 3 gunshot wounds and was pronounced dead as a result. Through an investigation, it was discovered that Joseph Allen Azure approached the vehicle David King was sitting in and fired 5 times into the vehicle. On October 11th, 1999, Joseph was sentenced to a life sentence, 30-year minimum sentence for murder first degree premeditation in Becker County District Court. Today's review represents his first review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date will occur on March 4th of 2029. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Azure. How are you today?
No, fine.
All
Doing
right.
good.
I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, I feel me being in Rush City and not enough programs here, I'm trying to see if the board would allow me to go to medium to pursue other treatment and get another trade and more programs.
Okay. Do you feel like you're ready for that?
Yeah, here I feel like I'm just doing dead time. I mean, due to the switch over to Stillwater, there's not enough programs. I completed all the programs here. As of now, I'm doing a facilitator with the Restorative Justice Program. We're gonna start that back up on Tuesday, but I feel like in the past, I've been caught with drugs, and I just feel like treatment would be
Beneficial.
a better mandate for me.
Okay. And I believe you're on the list for treatment. I see. So can you just start off a little bit by talking about your involvement in this fence? What was happening? What occurred?
I just believe more of my pride was the cause of my situation. They jumped my brother, I believe, a month before that. And I just felt like that anger overtook my pride, and just I try to deviate from it, but when they were mocking me, that's what did it. Because he was mocking me through the window, and he didn't want to come out of the car and fight. So, I mean, I wish I could take it back, but
So pride, you say, caused you to do what you did. You were sitting in a car, right? And the victim was in the car, right?
nah, he was in his brother's car, but I was walking by because I seen the car that my brother was in. So I went to go talk to them to see what they were gonna do that night, and I heard somebody say something. When I looked over, it was him sitting in a car. And he just kept mocking me. So, but he didn't want to get out. He didn't want to get out of the car and fight. So he
So
rolled
then-
up the window, locked the door.
And then you shot him.
Yeah. So when he didn't want to get out of the car, I pulled out my gun and shot him.
Uh, what, when you look at what you did through the eyes of someone now 27 years or later, what do you think about what you did?
I mean, I look at everybody's view now. I mean, it's hard. I'm not gonna lie.
What's hard? You're okay.
I lost everything. I took somebody. I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and say it's easy, but I think of all aspects.
So when you think about the all aspects, who's all aspects? So you're talking
His
about
family,
his family. Okay, so start
my
there.
family,
So when
his
you think
family,
about,
my family.
okay, so think about, talk to us about like what, when you think about it through the eyes of his family or people that friends or people that loved him or whatever, what do you imagine that to be for them?
Hurt, anger. I mean, I'd never take it away from them. They have a right to feel like that. I caused, at the time, I'm not thinking about it, but like as I got older, it's depressing.
Yeah. And
I
then,
sat here for 30 years.
when you think about the impact on your family, what do you mean by that? The impact on your family?
Because I put them through some trauma. My grandma was involved in that. My grandma went down there as an EMT. She seen first aspect of what I've done. So I'm not gonna say I don't think about it, but I do.
If you ever had the chance to talk to his family, your victim's family, what would you say? How would you even approach it? What would you say to them?
No, I'd just rather hear what they feel. Let them get it out. It's not about me no more. It's mostly about how they feel and how I impacted them. That's how I feel.
Okay. I take it, this may be self-evident, but you feel a level of remorse for what happened.
Oh, yeah, every day. Every day.
So, I read that, you came to prison, and, you knew then that you had a life sentence, and when you're, that age, a life sentence looks like forever, right?
Yeah. Yup.
And you had my word a rough go.
Yes.
Um, have you begun to, and I'm just asking you to explain this, I'm not making a judgment here. Have you begun to begin the process of change or transformation from that person that acted prideful? Have you, is that transformation started, and where along that continuum of change are you?
I'll say that started about 11 years ago. I mean, just looking around in my community and here, it's not what, I mean, I've done 30 years of that. It's old. Going to SEG is old. Starting over is getting old. It's not what I want. I'd just rather move on. It's just, to me, it's depressing because I lost my 20s and 30s in here. Shit, depressing.
Which I understand. And then you're trying to juxtapose that about a person whose life you took that lost all of the same things, right? Lost all of that opportunity along the way. So what was it about 11 years ago that when you say, that's pretty specific, like what was it 11 years ago that's all of a sudden you started to say, I'm tired?
I don't know, before they used to tell us we're never getting out. So, and then when this program started, I mean, it's either I change my attitude and how I think, or this is gonna be it. And like over the years, like words ain't gonna hurt me no more. It's not like I care about what this man thinks about me or what this person thinks about me, because I mean, it's nothing. It's not gonna kill me at the end of the day. It's a word, or just, I don't know, I just let that pride go and
Okay.
whatever, just focus on what I gotta focus on. Not what the next man cares about me or what he thinks about me.
So if you were to look at the work that you need to do, so, and again, I can go back and, 11 years ago, you've had some things happen along the way here still. But I think there's no doubt things have been better than they were before. What do you think? What do you think is necessary for you in order to kind of shake a lot of some of the discipline stuff you have? Is that really, you think the treatment stuff would help you address some of this drug stuff or alcohol, hooch access and that kind of thing? Is that what you think would be helpful?
Yeah, it would help me. I'd rather absorb other things instead of the nonsense in the unit that I'm in. It's just,
Okay.
I think it'd be a lot beneficial and give me more tools to move forward.
And
But
just based on what I'm hearing, like you have someone on the outside who, you have the nonsense on the unit and you have someone on the outside, right?
yes, my main focus is my fiance. So she's the one that's like been helping me, pushing me through, and like giving me that constructive criticism. Like before, I used to never be able to take that. I used to be like, you're judging me, but she's been here to support me, her and my grandma. So that's who I turn to.
So you sound like you're a guy that you, and all of us to a degree, that you benefit from a little bit of pressure or challenge to be the best you can be. And then equally high levels of support to say, look, you can do it. Is that fair?
Yeah. But nowadays, like I've been incarcerated so long that like nobody can force me to do anything but me. It's
That's
my
right.
mistakes that I'm paying for.
Right.
But her and my grandma like helped guide me to a place where I can reach that part of eligibility of getting out instead of 99% of the time dealing with people that I got to deal with in the unit. You know what I'm saying they all got out dates. So some of them are only here a couple of weeks, but I don't let what they do ruin what I gotta focus on. So that's why I've been focused on trying to get down to Lino Lakes because they got programs on there. I've seen a list of programs that they have down there that I'm interested in.
What are
I
they?
feel like,
What
excuse me,
programs? What programs are you interested
the C-Tech cable program. I My cousin told me about that. He said it's a nice program and I'm interested in doing that. And they got a good treatment down there. He said that they focus more on the chemical dependency part. So
Yeah.
I feel like those two aspects will benefit me more than just sitting here doing dead time. Cause
You've been involved in any of the cultural stuff, positive cultural stuff?
yeah, when they all have swell lodge and pipe ceremony, I go every week.
Okay.
So we've been
Lino
having
has
that
a,
lately.
Lino has a lot of that, as well.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna open it up for other board members to ask any questions that they may have for you.
Mr. Azure, so one of the things that I've noted in your psych report, so loyalty is a big thing to you. I those are my words, but that was a theme throughout. So, and I think loyalty can be an absolutely admirable thing to have, as long as does not lead you in the direction of loyalty to a fault, where it becomes then self-defeating. So, do you think that it's possible to be loyal without reaching that point where it becomes then self-destructive?
Yeah, it depends on who you're loyal to and what that cause is for me. Like if it's not worth it and it's not beneficial in the long run for me, it's none of my business. I don't have no loyalty to that. Like all
So
these guys. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
All right,
We cut
so
you off.
like the loyalty that other people have in here is not the same loyalty that I have. My loyalty is to focus on getting out, going home, and trying to build a life for myself.
So is the loyalty that you just described now, do you think that is different than the loyalty that you identify that you demonstrated with your brother on the night of the offense?
Yes.
Because as I understood it, your role in that was being loyal to your brother.
Yes.
Okay, so is the loyalty you describe, is it different now?
Yeah, to me it's different in a way because what I have now is more positive and ain't on the negative side. It's on the positive side that I'd rather focus on. I'd rather focus on me and her and building my life out there instead of running around, and I'm gonna be 49 years old when I get old. It's depressing.
So how do you, what skills have you developed that allow you to stop yourself from going down that road of being loyal to a fault to where it becomes then destructive for you?
Well, when I was doing the thinking for a change is what showed me ways to like look at that, like that stop and think and look at the whole bigger picture before I make that choice. That's basically what I've been doing since then. Is an outcome that ain't worth it, it's all it's gonna do is get me in trouble, and that prevents me from my main goal, to getting out. So I can't be loyal to that.
When did you do that program? Because like 100 years ago, I was a Thinking for a Change facility, so I'm
It was
familiar with it.
pretty sure it was about 18 months ago, 2 years ago, probably. I did it in
Good for you.
Stillwater. Yeah.
Good for you. So, all right, those were my questions. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Asher, I have a couple of questions. Your file shows that you have a documented high need for substance abuse treatment, and you have a long history of discipline for using drugs and trafficking drugs in prison. And you declined Atlantis, citing its model as having too many political issues. And given that treatment is non-negotiable in most cases, what specific steps are you planning to take to address substance use?
I didn't actually decline treatment over there at the time. Treatment was in Atlantis, and D Hall was like they mingled together in the gym and the chow hall in the yard. So there was people that were in D Hall that I couldn't be around for certain reasons. So I asked her, how was that going to work? And my caseworker, Corey Anderson, told her that I'm not allowed to be in there. So however you work it out is he can't be close to D Hall. So she wrote it down that I refused when I didn't. I just asked her a question on how is it going to be plausible if I can't go to D Hall, and if Atlantis goes to Chow and goes to gym with D Hall, how is that going to work? And she just wrote me down as a decline when I didn't. And then when I told them about that, they put me back on the list. And then she's going to tell them that my affiliation, she doesn't recommend me being over there.
Okay, because of gang affiliation.
Yeah, at the time, that's what she went off an old report. So I just asked her the question. I didn't decline the treatment part. I just asked her, how would that be?
Okay, another question related to substance use. You said that you don't attend in prison sober support groups because people don't take it seriously. And I'm wondering, if you don't engage with these available resources inside, what makes you think that you can function effectively on the outside and engage with such groups where the temptations are far, far greater?
I think in here, it's like everybody's so close together, so it's always in your face if it is there. But on the streets, it wouldn't be at my house, or definitely won't be at my job, or I have the better option to get away from it out there. Plus I got support to keep me away from there. So like a lot of my substance abuse and while I'm incarcerated was I was caught with drugs before, but like a lot of it was like for financial gains. And since then I quit doing that. And I've been staying out of trouble doing it. But my fiance ain't gonna deal with no drugs at her house or any of that type of involvement. So she comes way more important than any drug to me.
Okay. Another question. Can you explain how substance use, yours, anyone else's, can you explain the connection between substance use and the decisions that led to your incarceration for murder?
Now at the time, I was under the influence of alcohol, but I'm not gonna say that's an excuse why I'm in here. That's not the reason why I'm in here. I'm in here for something that I did, but other than that, it was just basically alcohol that I never did amphetamines or fentanyl or heroin a day in my life. But it was never an issue at the time I was out there. That wasn't an epidemic then. So I believe the only thing I did out there was I smoked weed and drank. That was the only thing I did. But I don't believe being under the influence of alcohol was, I'm not going to use that as an excuse and say that's why I'm here. I'm here for something that
Do you
I've been.
believe things might have gone differently had you not been using alcohol, weed, anything?
Yeah, I believe I wouldn't even have been there. I would have been at home at the time. Because at the time of this incident, I was riding around with my cousin. And the only reason why I went to the other car was because my cousin needed to go home. And I went to go jump in the car with them guys. And then that's when I happened to run into them. So, if I wasn't drinking that night, yeah, I would have been at home and what to happen.
That was all I had. Thank you.
Yep.
I have one question really, and it's about your gang involvement, because in reading the report and looking at what OSI said, could you comment on the extent to which you're still involved with the gang?
Well, the gang aspect is a big weight off my shoulders. I mean, whatever goes on with any type of gang now has no involvement in me. And they don't bring it to me, all them issues stay away from me. I'm focused on getting out. That gang life is over with for me. I mean, whatever they got going on is between them. So but at the time I was looking at a life sentence. So, I mean, I was involved in it, but as far as nowadays, whatever they got going on is between them. I just stay out of it now.
When did you start staying out of it?
Like 8 years ago, but OSI keeps like trying to place me in places where they think I have a better influence. So I get stuck in units that are basically, there's a lot of gang fights, but I keep it away from me and they know that. So that's why they place me there. Just, I don't want nothing to do with that life no more.
Well, why do you think OSI keeps saying that they think you're involved in?
They do their investigation. I mean, I don't know why they assume that, but they kind of know that I don't get involved in that no more. They say I'm a suspected Native Mob member, but back in the day, it's used to who I used to hang with, so you automatically get categorized that. So now I just stay away from all that. Just
Thank
keep my
you.
distance.
Okay.
All right.
Could
Oh,
I
go ahead.
ask just
Go
a
ahead.
follow-up
Yeah,
question
absolutely.
on that? So
Yeah.
and it kind of takes me back a little bit to what I had asked, because I noted that, you know, you kind of described being very conflicted with that, because
Yeah.
it's almost as though it keeps you pulled in. Do you think you can be a leader and a peacekeeper, which I suspect is why you're involved in that, is because the correction staff think enough of you and your abilities to help keep the peace? Can you be in that role, be loyal to ideals without getting sucked back in, so that you're kind of deemed as gang? Like, can you do that without being affiliated with the gangs?
Yeah,
I'm
I've noticed
saying?
people. Yeah, I noticed people that have done that in the past with other gangs. Like, there's a few people that are used to be this, but they're no longer that, but they still have like an influence because of how long they've been around. But I mean, at the end of the day, that person's gonna make his decision. I mean, I could give them advice, but as far as that, I don't direct people to do things, or people don't come to me with issues or like that gang stuff. Whatever goes on between them guys, that's I don't know, no longer get involved no more. But I could give some advice to somebody if they ask me, but that's as far as it goes, is advice. I don't tell nobody to do anything. I don't make nobody do anything. It's that life for me is over with. I mean, I'm focused on what I got to focus on, and that's where I want to head to. And I'm not going to let nobody change that with some petty problem, because over the years, the only thing I've noticed that changed, the problem's the same. It's just the people that changed. That's it. But it's still the same problem over and over. So after 30 years, I get tired of that.
All right, thank you.
And
All right.
that
Go ahead.
begs one more question from me. I'm sorry, Commissioner. It's a
No
quick
problem.
one. Do you think you can go without discipline for the next 3 years when you're actually eligible for parole?
Yes, I've gone 6 years without discipline before. I've gone 5 years without discipline. I went years without being in segregation for years.
And then it sort of picked up in the last 3 years, right?
Yeah, I got myself in some stuff in the past 3 years. I mean, that's my fault. I fall back to it and I mean, I own all my mistakes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, just one question, and then I'm going to turn to your fiance here, but, um, you talk about, and which which is absolutely fair, right? How do you have a life beyond prison? And yet, um, this whole notion of what do you feel like you owe the people left behind because of what you did? What do you owe them?
I owe him a lot. I mean, I owe him apologies. I owe him everything. I mean,
Because there's no doubt you cannot never bring him back but at the same time, do you believe that you owe them your best life? And by your best life, I mean being pro-social and positive and productive and modeling good.
yeah, I owe him. I've been in contact with Teresa about writing an apology letter and going about that. It's just like how to write it, what to say, because just saying I'm sorry is kind of like disrespectful, I feel.
Okay. Okay. But that's something you're interested in doing, and to try and make that, to try and at least speak to your remorse and acknowledgement and a commitment to being a different person. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just turn to your fiance. First of all, I just want to thank you for being here today. And I'd like to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts in what you've seen in Mr. Azure over the course of time.
Thank you, Miigwech, for inviting me to this hearing today. I just like to add that, Joseph has had a lot of significant change within himself that I have seen. He has taken self accountability for the things that he has done in the past. He has, taken accountability by holding himself accountable by presenting himself in these courses that he has taken over the years to kind of get himself prepared for this release plan that he looks forward to in the near future. Moving forward, I feel like we, together would be a good support system along with his grandmother and the rest of his family. I have been on the red road of sobriety for 11 years. And I also do spiritual advisor healing ceremonies. I'm involved in a greater amount of our cultural activities, including ceremonies and just being involved. And I think that just being involved would greatly impact Joseph. Within his release plan and just moving forward of him just trying to get a second chance at life.
Thank you for that. And I just want to say thank you for the support you provide to him, and congratulations to you on your own journey and the work you're doing in the community around cultural programs and ceremony, which I've come to have a lot of appreciation for from my time over the last several years, working with tribal leaders and so forth. So thank you for that.
Yes, miigwech, miigwech.
So, Mr. Azure, before the board begins deliberation and discussion about next steps, I want to again briefly open the floor to you for any final comments that you have, things that you would like the board to know before we talk about next steps.
Just request transfer of medium custody and pursue the rest of my needs in programming, basically. It's all I'm trying to finish out and complete, because I feel like it helps me stay out of trouble, and if I ain't got nothing, the only thing in there is negativity, and I've been staying away from that. But here I ain't got no programming, so I'm just requesting a transfer to Lino and pursue the rest of my time and finish these programs that I'd rather prefer. I prefer to be in a program than not doing nothing. I just feel like I'm doing dead time here. I'm just requesting a transfer to Lino Lakes, if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
With that, I'll close this discussion and turn this more to a board discussion and deliberation. And during that time, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I open it to the board.
I'll go ahead and start. I mean, obviously, 27-year review, so he's not eligible for parole at this point in time. Anyways, I don't feel as though he's at the point where, the traditional step down that we've utilized in some cases would probably be quite ready for that. However, I'm not opposed to assuming it's within the Department of Corrections, security, those sorts of things. If a medium opportunity for treatment and some of the vocational stuff that he's expressed interest in, CTAC. I think I had also read HVAC as another possibility. I would certainly be in support of that. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to deny parole, continue for 3 years on the condition, complete substance use disorder programming, because that is a directive. I'd also like to see him follow through on some vocational programming and any other antisocial or pro-social, I should say, programming that he might be able to get involved with.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion, and then I just have a question. What are, the OSI report referred to 2 incompatibilities? What's that? Is that the
That would
same
be-
as disciplinary actions or what?
Incompatibilities would be people with whom he should not have contact.
Oh, thank you. Okay, well, I second Andrew's motion.
Okay, further discussion.
I would like to see him develop a detailed release plan that would maximize his chances for successful adjustment in the community as part of the stipulations.
Okay, and I think he's already mentioned it, but I really think that work around the restorative justice stuff, apology letters, those sorts of things would be things that it sounds like he was already focusing on that, but that would be something I'd like to add to that. And I will say that well, let's handle this first. So we have a motion and a second, and we'll call the vote to the motion. Board Member Bray.
Yes, but I can't remember if no discipline was included in the
Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah, that would be in there. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. So, Mr. Azure, you have heard kind of what the discussion was, and I don't think anything was probably a surprise. I will just say this, that typically, before you would step down to medium, we would like to see a little bit more sunlight between disciplinary conduct and the transfer. But I want to do something today that I want to bet on the come a little bit. And what I mean by that is that I would add in there that the department would move him to medium custody. I say this because like we're doing something that is unusual here, right? Because, well, you know, we have this authority, but I want to put a bit of pressure on you to demonstrate the fact that you can be in a place where you can take advantage of the additional movement opportunities, programming opportunities, and those sorts of things, you know, without trouble. So we'll make that a part of this and work through that. You know, just to be honest, you know, if we can make Lino happen and you can do treatment there, that would be great. I wouldn't, if you could get through some things there, I wouldn't mind seeing you have a couple of moves in the next 3 years, if that would be doable, just because the reason we do this is because managing change is one of the biggest things that are going to happen when you leave prison, right? When a person leaves prison, lots of change management. And we want to see how people manage change, different environments, different people, different circumstances. And so if that's viable, if that's something that can be worked out over the course of time, that'd be great. But it's something that the board in 3 years can certainly look at. But I just would lay that out there just because I think it'd be nice if you were able to successfully complete treatment and so forth, and give you another opportunity to experience change at another medium site. It wouldn't be all bad, and would probably give the board 3 years down the road an opportunity to see what you've made of those experiences. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yep.
All right. And you're all in?
Yeah, I'm all in. I
You
mean,
have questions about any of this?
nah, I mean, I've been moving prison to prison, so I adapt easy and I get along with everybody and
All right.
I can do it.
I would just say again, I really ask, and this is both pressure and yet, you know, I know that there is support, and you can find that support, but live the kind of life that that you owe as a result of the one you've taken.
Yes.
And that's just critically important, I think. And I hear that. I hear you wanting to be that person and to live that and to acknowledge the harm you caused. And I just would challenge you to make the most of that. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being here.
Yep. Thanks. Thanks for having me.
I need a minute.
Becky needs to move her files around.
Fired up. I think it's, well, here we are.
We'll be with you in just 1 minute there. Okay.
All right, all right.
Okay. Thank you. All right, can you hear me okay?
We can, yeah.
All
Can you
right.
hear us?
Sure can, thank you.
Right.
So Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review John Albert Reardon, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, Joe Earhart, and Andrew Larson. Sir, our records indicate that on May 20th, 1985, the Otter Tail County Sheriff's Office received a report from the Underwood School principal indicating that Sarah Ann Reardon had disappeared while walking home from school earlier in the evening. At the school, deputies spoke with Sarah's mother to obtain a description of Sarah and confirmation that she had never arrived home. Otter Tail County Sheriff's Office, with the assistance of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and other law enforcement agencies, continued to search for Sarah following the May 20th, 1985 disappearance. On July 6th of 1985, a farmer reported that he had discovered what appeared to be human remains in a field. Further investigation revealed that the remains were that of 13-year-old Sarah Reardon. Further investigation revealed that Sarah's father, John Albert Reardon, had been sexually abusing Sarah for 5 years since she was 8 years old. On August 13th, 1985, he admitted to murdering Sarah and hiding her body in the abandoned farmhouse, and later moving her body and tossing it in a ditch. On March 7th, 1986, John Albert Reardon was sentenced to a life sentence for first-degree murder in Otter Tail County District Court. At the time of his offense, a life sentence required a minimum of 17 years incarceration. Mr. Reardon has previously been reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel 6 times and continued for a future review each time. Today's review represents his 7th review after serving approximately 41 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date occurred on August 14th of 2002. It should be noted that Mr. Reardon also has 2 consecutive sentences of 90 months for domestic abuse, intrafamiliar sexual abuse, first degree, and a 50-month sentence to follow for a domestic abuse, sexual abuse, second degree to serve should he be paroled on his life sentence. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reardon. How are you today?
Very good, sir.
Good. So I want to just ask you right out of the chute, what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting?
I'm having a lot of trouble finding I can't even find my way around this institution anymore. I don't know what I would do, if I got released. I'd get lost, so. I would like to go to Lionel, or not Lionel, I'm in Lionel, so where the nursing home is, what's it? Faribault, to the old man storm, Linden, if it's possible, or go back to Oak Park and maybe the mental health unit.
So what do you feel, why do you feel that that's where you need to be? Talk to us about this, what you're experiencing.
I can't even find my way around anymore, even in this little bitty prison. I get lost and real easy wandering down the wrong hallway, and then they gotta tell me you're going the wrong place. I'm disoriented or something.
Okay. So let me just ask you flat out, are you kind of suggesting that you believe that you're going to spend the remainder of your days in prison?
I figured, you could let me out, but what would I do? I got a son that would help take care of me, Jesse, and he said he could get me an assisted living or something, but I don't know what I would do out there. I've been in prison so long.
Yeah.
This is basically my home.
Okay. And then do you think you would it all be a risk
To go out?
Yeah.
I think I would die out there. I got a lot of medical problems and they take really good care of me in here. As soon as I get sick, there's a couple times they basically brought me back from the dead. And if I was out there, I'd just lay in my house and wouldn't make it.
Okay. Have they talked to you at all about has there been conversations about moving you to a different facility where you can get, more of your cares met? Has that been discussed?
Not really. I guess I can survive here.
Well, we want to make sure you're in the right place to address your needs, if that's what you feel like you need. Have they talked about any, to your knowledge, like assessments around, like addressing issues related to, your cognitive function, that sense of loss of where you are?
Well, one of the psychiatrists, she said that she tested me for Alzheimer's written test, and she said I was okay then, or not too bad.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other additional questions. Other board members?
I have a question for Mr. Reardon.
Yeah.
How long were you in sex offender treatment?
Almost 2 years.
And during that time, what did you gain that you see as a positive change or influence from that program?
Well, I learned about sexual assault dynamics, they call it, or SAD. So my bad core beliefs and how I thought I could manipulate Sarah to do what I want, use my authority to sexually abuse her, stuff like that, and try to get better core beliefs, they call it, change the way I think. And so, I feel bad about sexually molesting Sarah. I take responsibility for her death. Even though I wasn't there, I should have been. If I wouldn't have been molesting her, she could have come to me for help. So that's something I got to live with.
And why did you decide to resign from the program? That was fairly recent.
Yeah, I was right at the end of it too. I was in a thing called RPP, risk prevention. I just couldn't understand it. It was like, it seemed like college level for somebody who's got an 8th grade education. So I just got frustrated and said, yeah, I'm not gonna do this no more.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just ask you a question, because you just, unless I misunderstood, you said, you acknowledge abusing her, but you weren't responsible for her death. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I'm taking responsibility in the fact that,
I understand that you're taking responsibility, but you did not cause her death.
no, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened to her.
How did you admit to it at one point in time?
I admitted under extreme duress. They had made a tape where I made a confession. But they edited the tape when they showed it to the jury. I'm not trying to justify myself. I'm just trying to give you some history here. But if you look at the original tape, they were coaching me in what to say. So, by the time I was arrested, I wanted to kill myself. I was real suicidal. They had me on 24/7 watch in Otter Tail County. I was really suicidal. I had no intention of coming to prison and doing a lot of time. But I was scared to die because I was afraid of a place called hell. And I knew that's where I was going.
Okay. Pretty specific description of the acts that caused her death, which is unusual, right? When you have really specific details like that, and to have that play out as you suggested, but whatever, that's what it is. It is. Okay. Mr. Redden, is there anything that you would like to say to the board before we talk about go into deliberation and start talking about next steps for you?
No, just thank you for taking the time to come and talk to me, and I know you got a lot of stuff to do, and so just whatever the board decides, I'll be okay with it.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll open this up to board discussion deliberation, but I'd like to I'll start with a motion and just see where people are at. I'd like to move denial of parole, a 10-year continuance. And with that, discipline has not been an issue here, but I would also then just ask that between the Department's health services and behavioral health, that there is some assessment of a need, and that he be placed in an appropriate setting based on his cognitive needs going forward. So
I'll
that's
second that.
the motion is, and we have a second discussion.
Yeah, I probably have very little compassion here, so I'm just going to say what I don't think he's a risk to public safety, and primarily because of his age. And I would hate to have it seem like a reward that he start getting out. On the other hand, I'll just be honest, I think of taxpayer dollars going into the life of someone who doesn't do what he's asked to do and really just wants to stay in prison until he dies. So it's just a comment. I don't know how I'll vote, but
It's a fair comment. I would just say that I would presume that no matter what the outcome of this is that there will be taxpayer money invested in his ongoing care under any circumstance, I would guess. But
And I don't know if it would, one of the things, if I understand the statute correctly, if he's not completed sex offender treatment program, it's not even an option for us to release him. So, I mean, absent some sort of turnaround where that all of a sudden becomes completed, then I don't know what that looks like. But so more just a comment to Chris's point, but
I think the only other option and alternative would be conditional medical release, and that that would be if the right appropriate setting were found, and and I'll just say that in itself would be very challenging in light of the circumstances. But and we have had cases where a person's care just became such that it was necessary, and but we had to find the right location and place, and then they are subject to a medical release and still under supervision if that were the case. But placement decisions identification becomes very difficult.
ECRC and SPP.
Yeah, and he would also have RAC on stuff and assessments for psychosexual personality disorder and so forth. Would be one of the requirements as well as we go forward. All right, there's a motion, there's a second. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
yes.
and Schnell votes yes. Mr. Reardon, you heard where we're at, and and I think it really is an acknowledgement of where you regard yourself to be. And we want to be in a place where, your medical and needs are met. And yet, you are kind of where you are. And you, by your own admission, said that, you have been in prison so long, you don't know what else you would do. And so that's kind of where we are. You have any questions about this?
No.
Okay. What as you heard, we'll have behavioral health, health services and others, come together with meet with you to assess, what your needs are. And then placement decisions can be based on that assessment as we go forward. Okay.
Okay,
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
thank you.
Okay. Okay. So we'll go into a little bit of a break here because we're running a bit ahead of schedule, and we'll get folks on and make arrangements to keep moving here. So we'll be on break for at least 15 and go from there.
2:00.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, alternative surveillance. Okay, wow.
Hello,
Hello.
can you hear us there at the facility?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll start here in just a second, but I understand that your advocate may not be available.
Yeah.
But I want to just make sure that that was Mr. Phillips, right?
Yep.
I just want to make sure that you are fully comfortable preparing to move forward with your review despite his lack of availability.
Yep. Yep. Not a
Okay.
problem.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Holmes Larson.
All right, good afternoon. Rebecca
Yes.
Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Peter James Schoen, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray,
Oh.
Joe Earhart, and Andrew Larson. Thank you. Our records indicate on March 1st, 1996, Wanton County Law Enforcement Dispatch was notified by a Martin County deputy the discovery of a deceased person in rural Wanton County. Wanton County was advised that an officer from the Truman Police Department and an ambulance squad had responded to the scene. The death of the person appeared suspicious. Through an investigation, it was found that Peter Schoen pushed his wife down the stairs of their home. Then, when he believed she was still alive and breathing, he beat her with a pipe. Kimberly Schoen died from the injuries. On November 22nd, 1996, Peter James Schoen was sentenced to a life sentence for first-degree premeditated murder in Wanton County District Court. Peter Schoen has been previously reviewed once by a commissioner and advisory panel in February of 2023 and was continued for a future review in 3 years. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 30 years incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date will occur on February 28th of 2026. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Oh, okay.
I believe your advocate has shown up online.
Okay.
Pastor, can you hear us?
Pastor Phillips, can you hear us? Can you try pressing *6? That might help take you off mute. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yep. Now we can hear you.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay, we're just starting here, so we appreciate you being here.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, I thought it was later. I just checked in.
Okay, yeah, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so I appreciate that. Mr. Schoen, I'd just like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I guess what I would like to see happen would be that we all understand each other, that we come to an understanding of what you guys are looking for and what I am looking for. As far as specifics, I honestly don't know what to say on that. I realize there are multiple avenues that this could end up. And I think that the biggest thing from the first review was like that there's just be more understanding.
Okay, so let me just start by asking you, so you had said that you want understanding of what it is we may want, and that first one was with me, but then what is it that you want from this?
Well, I have prepared a foundation for a release plan. My release plan is based on restorative justice. I was very fortunate that I got the opportunity in May of 24 when I had a hearing with the governor and the board of pardons. And I got the opportunity to hear my sister, who had not spoken to me in over 30 years. And no one had ever told me how much pain she was in. And it's like my restorative justice work kicked in, and it was like, when you reflect on it, it was like she is the epitome of what we are striving, or not the epitome. It's like what we're trying to do with restorative justice is exactly what she's dealing with. It's like for 30 years, she's had no one to answer any questions. It's just pain. And the common RJ saying of hurt people really hit home. And that's when I decided, at that time, when I went to the governor, my release plan was going to be to go to a friend's family farm on the western side of the Minnesota-South Dakota border. And I realized my family didn't want anything to do with me. And then after getting to hear that, and it was like restorative justice, it was like the Lord showing me that's not right. And so, long story short, what I would like to see is, like, I would like the opportunity to move forward. I would like to go home and start to repair the hurt. I would like to put into action all the things that I've learned through the DFC in life. I would like to work on healing my community and my family.
So describe for us like what it was you heard from family, and who and what you heard during that process.
So there were things that were said that weren't true. They were, for instance, Mr. Wicklander was sitting right behind my sister, and she made the statement that my dad wished I would have committed suicide to save them all the pain. And anyone who knew my dad and me was like, I don't know that he would say that, maybe say that in the heat of the moment, but that's not what he felt. But what felt really bad was like, if that wish had been granted, what did that mean for Mr. Wicklander and his family? So it just struck me like, this is not who my family is. This is not how we were raised. And
So let me make sure I understand what you're saying. Like, are you saying that, like, when you made the comment, hurt people, that your sister's hurt, therefore she's not hurting you? Is that what I'm hearing?
it's just pain. Her whole testimony was pain. Whether, she's working off of not really ever knowing me, not really, I don't know how to, it's all the unanswered questions that she has. And then when you don't have the actual answer, then you try piecing things together. Well, this must have been true and that must have been true. And I'm not going to say she was wrong. I'm just going to say her testimony came from a place of pain.
Okay.
And it's like unchecked pain is how I look at it.
And how should that pain be, quote unquote, checked?
Applying the restorative justice principles. Restorative justice, we work in 3 different circles: the offender, the community, and the victim. my community is very confused. They, like I said in my letter, there was no one who knew me that would have saw this coming when I took my wife's life. Everyone was like very confused by that. And then you go forward to the incident at Oak Park, and they were reminded like, oh yeah, well, that's who Pete would do. Pete would be the guy that would stop that. Like I said, they were probably surprised that the situation happened, but they weren't surprised that it was me that stopped it. And then you go forward again to the review with the governor, and there was a lot of publicity, and all of it's flipped up. Well, who am I? So my theory is work with the community, show the community who I am, remind them who I am, show them who I've become. And then once the community has their questions answered, then the process works that the community may be able to help my family. I realize there are no guarantees that this will work, but I don't feel right that nothing is being done.
So, you know, you understand that restorative justice is also something that is voluntary, right?
Right.
And
Yeah, I have no intention of insinuating myself into my sister or my family's life. It's more like a process of, they don't see who I am. They don't see all that I've done in the ELU. They don't see the person that I've become. And they'll never see it unless I can show the world, my community, who I am. And excuse me, I have no guarantee that this will work, but it's within me that I caused all this harm. And to just expect it to just go away on its own, that's never going to happen.
so how would you go about addressing this with the community? Just so I can envision what that looks like.
Like I say, a lot of it is reminding the community who I am, showing the community who I am. It's like, I enjoy doing volunteer work. I enjoy just helping people. Like to get out, be a responsible community member would probably be the best way to start it. It's like I can't force it on you to see who I am, but if I go out and conduct myself in such a way that, like I always tell guys, be someone your kids can be proud of. If I conduct myself like that, that will attract people rather than, and it's like, it will answer the community's question, like, who is this guy?
So one of the things that I think when we talk about who is this guy is walking through the offense and what it was that you did and what insights you've gained into that offending. So can you start there?
What insights I've gained?
Yeah. What happened and what insights you gained into that?
A lot of it was I wasn't the person I thought I was, maybe. I know one of the things, like when a relationship falls apart, people tend to seek comfort, whether it be substance abuse or whatever. And I realized for me, and everybody knows, like, oh, I had an affair, they call it. What it was that drew me to my cousin was the affirmation that she gave me, that I'd never had that in my life. It's like, no one ever told me, like, you're doing a good job, Pete, like that kind of thing. That was my, my alcohol, if you will, that drove me there. I realized I was doing way too many things. I was involved in so many community groups. And I always go back to the comment. There was a conversation I had with the veterinarian, and like I had 120 head of dairy cows. I had a large growing dairy herd, and he asked me how did I deal with all the stress from all these other community projects I was involved in and the dairy herd. And I said, well, it was easy, because whenever I hit a roadblock, I would just jump to something else. Nothing ever got resolved. And that's what I've learned now is like, no, you can't live life that way. You have to take care of your mental health. You have to take care of your spiritual health. Like that was very lacking. And I feel, I mean, my life has changed so much in 30 years, obviously.
So that day, the day that you took your wife's life, how did that come to be? What happened that day? That was the manifestation of all that you're just describing.
So, like I said, we had a large dairy herd. We had 120 cows. We had struggled. Me and my dad farmed together for years, and finances had always been an issue. But that happened to be March 1st, and I remember we had gotten the milk check that day, and I was looking at the cash flows for the year, and everything was way ahead of projections. It was like at 9 o'clock that morning, I felt as good as I had felt in years. It was like, I think we made it. This is going to work. And then the tractor didn't start. I went out to do chores. We had to go to the bank to sign some papers. So it's like, I couldn't get the tractor started. So then it's like one thing after another. I needed to order feed. So I went to the office in the barn to order feed. And it happened that Dawn answered the phone. Dawn is the woman that I had the affair with. And I was telling her about how good things were going with the cows, and she had volunteered when my dad had a heart attack. She was the one that stepped up and came to help with the chores. So she was somewhat invested into it and cared. And it happened to be that Kim picked the phone up and in the house and heard her voice, and it just set her off. I went to talk to her, and she was crying, and she said she was going to take the kids, she was going to take the farm, she was going to make sure I had nothing. And I went from being on top of the world within an hour to being at the lowest point ever. And I don't know, I tried to reason with her, and then something just snapped. And I struggle with that. I have always struggled with that. My attorney said that what I was trying to do when I was talking to the police was trying to explain the unexplainable. And yeah, that's it. It's like, I don't know what happened. I
So
remember.
you don't know, like when you say you don't know what happened, you don't.
What I was going to say, at trial, the prosecutor made the comment that we don't have the luxury of having video cameras to see what happened.
Yeah.
And in my mind, I thought, if only we did, because I was struggling, because what happened in my mind didn't line up with what happened through the forensic evidence. And it's like, what do you do with that?
Okay, so I'm trying, so then what does that mean? So like when you, in 30 years now, what have you put together in terms of what happened?
Well, here's where I struggle in that I know my faith is important. I know I've been forgiven. Should I dwell on if I've been forgiven? Should I dwell on the minor details of what went in that? It's like I took my wife's life. I've never said anything to the contrary. And I know how to manage my life now, which I don't think growing up, that experience of just trying to figure things out doesn't work. And now through all that I've done, through all I've seen, through all I've heard, it's like I'm not the same person. I am the same person, but I'm not the same person. I know that's confusing, but
No, I think I understand that. I guess one of the things I'm trying to wrap my head around is the minor details, as you put them. You know, because, you know, here's one of the things you talked about, like, for the community to get to know you is one of the things that you said, you know, who you were then, who you are now. And one of the elements of that is, you know, a full accounting of your actions, and then what insights you gain from that. And so the little details matter.
I guess I'm confused on what are we calling little details, like
what
the
happened?
actual things that physically
That
happened.
physically
murder?
happened. Yeah. How did it transpire?
We were upstairs. I remember pushing her down the stairs. And like I said, it was, I remember pushing her down the stairs. I went, and next thing I knew, I had a pipe in my hand. And I remember swinging the pipe and hit her on the neck. The sheriff said the pipe was outside. There was an indentation in the ice in front of the house. And I don't like to say it. The reason the pipe was there, my son had been dragging it around and had left it there. I don't think that pipe was there, because if that frozen pipe was out on the ground, and if I'd gotten it loose, wouldn't my hand have froze to it when I brought it in the house? And they said there was no evidence of any DNA. So it's like, I don't believe that pipe was outside. It had been at some point, but I thought it, in my mind, I think it must have been in the porch somewhere. Does that matter? Not really. I went
But you
afterwards.
acknowledge hitting her with a pipe, right?
Oh, yes. And then I went outside. I remember throwing the pipe, just hurling it. It went out into the trees. And then I found myself in the barn. And it's like, I know I told the police that, I fed the cows. But the problem is the tractor wouldn't start, so I couldn't get silage. So how did I feed the cows? There's so many things that don't quite make sense. I remember the next morning I came back to the barn, and my dad was milking the cows with my cousins were there, and my brother was there. I went to start feeding the cows because they were out of feed. And it's like, have you ever been in my barn? My cows were never out of feed. So it was like, I know I told them that I fed the cows, but yet they didn't get fed that day. So it's like that, those are the details where I get lost on. And is that critical? Are those details critical? I accept
Whether you fed the cows,
responsibility.
I think I'm looking at the things that the actions you took to take the life of your wife. Is this a full and clear accounting of those actions? Have you full and plainly acknowledged what you've done?
Yes. I believe I have. And again, my faith, I believe in forgiveness. And part of it's like when the event happened at Oak Park, it's like I can tell guys, it's like I know I've been forgiven because I should have died that day. The reason I wasn't is because my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, I have been forgiven. And I don't forgiveness is not forgetting. So it's like I'm not forgetting what happened to my wife. I accept that. And I work every day to live my life in a way that she and my Father in heaven would both be proud of me. I can't, as a Christian, Dave, can you help me out? I can't.
Well, no, so let me
dwell on.
no, let me check something here. So I just gotta, because one of the things that I don't, your faith is your faith, and you can do that all you want, but I don't want you to create stories about what your victim, what your wife would, how she would look at this, and how I don't think that's your place
No.
to make that kind of assessment, number one. Another question here. One of the things you said before that just struck me, you said, some people, I think you were talking about this Dawn, I think, whatever the name is some people would call it an affair, you said.
Yeah.
So was it an affair or not?
Yeah.
Well, because you described
Yeah.
it differently. You
It was-
said
it
like it
had-
was support and it was
Yeah.
acknowledgement of that kind of stuff, and yet some
Yes,
people
it
would
was
call it.
it was in that, yeah, I turned to her instead of turning my problems to God. Like I said, my spiritual health was bad and it was wrong.
Okay.
And then that's never, yeah.
Okay, and then when you talk about that was happening, and then you talked a lot about what you learned from hearing for the first time your sister. Did anybody else the input of anybody else strike you at all from the pardon board process?
I know my brother-in-law and sister-in-law were there, and what they said was, I mean, to be expected. Is that the right way to put it? My son was there. That was interesting
What was interesting?
to hear my son.
What did you hear?
What they had went through. I always, like, my kids were 5 and 8 when this happened. And I always told them when my folks brought them to visit, it's like I always told them, if you guys ever have questions, please never be afraid to ask. And you can ask me anything. And maybe I should have pushed that more, but they never asked. And like I say, my dad's my hero. And he insulated me from a lot of pain. And when he passed away, that insulation was gone and a lot of things changed. But to hear my son talk and it was eye-opening. He
So-
talked
So,
about
okay.
talked about growing up with no parents, and he's married now. And yeah, I had his wife. We were emailing on JPay until my dad passed away, and yeah, they never told me how much they struggled. I knew as a father that my kids, obviously, without having parents, but I didn't realize how much they were basically ostracized, is probably how I look at it. And but there was, to me, what I heard from my son is like, and other people that heard him talk too, were like, don't give up on the relationship. Don't give up on the thought of possibly someday having a relationship with him.
Okay, so that's what you heard from your son?
Yeah.
You say? Okay. So you said something interesting. You said my dad insulated me from a lot of pain.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
He never said anything about my sister, Carolyn. He never told me anything about how much pain she was harboring. He never told me my daughter-in-law in some of her emails talked about how it was for my kids. And that was the first time it was the first time that I heard some of those things. But I know my dad, and that's who he was. He didn't want me to suffer any more than I had to. He knew he was the only
So what
person.
does that mean? Suffer any more than you had to? What does that mean? Like he didn't want you to feel pain or what?
He didn't want me to know all the extent of the pain. Like the problems he had to encounter, like dealing with the breakup of our farm, the financial worries, that kind of thing.
Okay. We had a little correspondence, I think, since the last meeting. I think you and I did, right?
Yeah,
Does
yeah.
that ring a bell?
Yep.
And what was there anything in that correspondence that was striking to you at all, or things that you thought, were either unfair or fair, or that you've given any thought to?
Are you there was
A
two
follow-up letter. I think there was a follow-up letter
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I think my thing was like, I didn't understand a lot of what you were looking for. I didn't understand a lot of what you were asking, maybe. A lot has changed. I think for me, when I went to the governor and heard my sister, that you might think this sounds wrong, but that was a blessing to me. It was a blessing for me to understand what they're going through, which I didn't know that. And I think that was the thing at our first meeting. It's like, well, actually, when Carolyn came in and sat down with the governor, the first thing she said was, "We just did this." And I was like confused at first, and then it was like, oh, okay. She was there at the 27-year review. And
which you did not know.
I
right?
did not know that. And so after the governor, and I hear that, it's like, that's why I say so many things make so much more sense now.
But there was also a point at which you had talked about, the failure, I think, to recognize your actions at Oak Park Heights and the assault on Mr. Wicklander. And I think I made the references that, that I didn't take anything away from what you did, that
Right.
it could not be used as a, it's not a bargaining chip.
Right, yeah. And to be honest, it was like one of the things that got me through all those bad years after that was the thought that, like, okay, this will all be worth it. This will all be worth it. Keep going. All the harassment and all that, it's like, put it behind you. Like I said, give it to God. And I realized that saving his life had nothing to do with you. It had nothing to do with the DOC. This was me. This was just me being me. It's like he needed a hand and I was there to give him a hand. And for whatever reason, I look at it as, yeah, I was there that day. I'm the one that did that. And it's like, it's not a bargaining chip with you. I think it's a bargaining chip, if you want to call it that someday when I pass on, that's when that'll be counted. And I've been told that by.
No, but yeah, and I'm, again, I only can control what happens here, right? And
Right.
and I think,
Right.
and as I wrote in the letter, like that, in all of our lives, it said, what our combined moments of both greatness, strengths, and our moments of failures or weaknesses.
Yep.
And it is the humble recognition of insight into both of these realities that I'm looking for from those seeking release. And I don't want to diminish the work that you've done, but I've, to be frank, I've struggled to find clarity and insight, and that has been a struggle, and it continues to be at some level, because I hear some of the couching of this, but I'm going to, at this point, I'll open it up to other board members for questions.
I'd like to ask Mr. Schoen a few questions, and kind of along the same lines, but you wrote quite a long and detailed letter to the board, and it sounds like you've made very good use of your 30 years in terms of doing things to improve yourself, to improve your self-esteem, that sort of thing. But it seemed that all of your statements were, I did this is what I want, this is what I like. I didn't see empathy or a great deal of care for the impact that you've had upon the family, the community, and of course, most of all, upon your victim. And that's just a comment. But I have a few questions in that. At what point did you decide that you wanted Kimberly out of the picture?
I would say at no point. It wasn't a conscious decision to do this. And I know it is so hard for that to grasp that concept, but it
was
like a slow
conscious
down here.
decision to push her down the stairs? Was that a conscious decision?
It has to have been, yes.
And was it
But-
triggered by her saying she would take the children, take part of the farm, that kind of thing? Was that the trigger for you?
I would say it was, yes, that was the trigger, in that we had been arguing about this, and it was like, it just, it was all that frustration, that pent up, like, why I was trying to be so calm and yet she was just going, and it's like, it has to have been a conscious decision, yes. But
Okay.
but I don't think it was, the decision was maybe to push her away and she fell down the stairs. It was not a decision to end her life. There was never,
Let's go back to after you shoved her down the stairs.
okay,
After you shoved her down the stairs, somewhere in your reports, I saw that you decided to put her out of her misery. Tell me about that.
that is, that is me trying to explain, like I say, the unexplained. At one point, it was said, it was like putting a cow out of their misery.
Seriously?
But here's the
You're-
thing, here's the
you
thing, here's the
got
thing. But hang on to this, because when you put a cow out of their misery, that's an act of compassion. And this was not
At what point-
that. There's
what
no
point
way
did
those
you
two
decide-
died.
At what point did you decide to call 911? I saw a couple of differences in terms of that. Was it before or after you had beaten her with the pipe and fed the livestock? At what point in there did you finally call 911? She was still alive at the bottom of the stairs. You decide to put her out of her misery. At any point there, you could have called 911.
Yeah,
You don't know how badly she was injured, but instead you got a pipe and beat her. And did you go feed the cows next before you called 911?
in my mind, I went out and threw the pipe away. And there is a period of time, I realized I found myself in the barn. And it's when you basically, I want to say I snapped out of it. And I'm like, wait, what just happened? And that's when it hit me. It's like, okay, I can't let my children find her. I can't. So I knew I had did this horrible thing. And that's when I called.
Okay, so you called 911 after you had pushed her down
Sometime,
the stairs, beat
yeah.
her with a pipe, fed the livestock.
No, the cows never got fed. That's the problem with that statement.
Okay.
I told them they did, but they didn't.
Okay.
It's a black area.
But you made sure she was dead before you made the call.
No, I don't think she was dead. I didn't think she was dead.
Well, you said you were going to put her out of her misery, so which is it?
Again, that was a statement that was made to the police afterwards when I was trying to explain it. Excuse me. There was no decision to put her out of her misery.
That's what you
That
said.
that was a statement that was made to the police. It wasn't
Okay.
a thought. It was like a
On, if I could
afterthought.
ask a few more questions. You said that you would go home and and you specifically said you would work on healing the community and your family. What would that work entail? What were you talking about? How do you think you could heal the community and your family? Because do you even know or understand the impact on your family and the community?
Yes, and that's why I would perhaps going home would be not Truman. Perhaps it looks like say Mankato, for instance. You start in a community and you gradually introduce yourself to the surrounding community of home. and show them. I believe in showing people who you are. I can tell you all day long who I am, but it's your actions that show who you are, is how you're going to make a judgment on me. And I would like to, like I said, be a contributing member of society. I have a job, do volunteer work, spiritual faith work, find my church family.
How
They
would
have
you deal with stress better than you were able to deal with it before? Because release is stressful even to the people who are
Yeah.
best prepared and have a lot of support in the community. How would you deal with
Yeah.
stress?
I have done a lot of work with mental health over the years. I know my limitations. I know when it's time to, like, okay, take a break. Like say, I have a strong support network. I believe the faith community is important.
Did you have this faith before you murdered
Yes.
Kimberly?
Yes, I was raised in the church, but the farm, the life, everything was just too much. Me and my dad farmed, and we were tremendously overworked. That's what it took to survive. And that loss of faith on my part was critical.
Did wanting to be with this other person, had you envisioned getting Kimberly out of your life so you could be with this other person?
No, that's the thing. I knew that that would never happen. She was committed to her marriage. Her faith was strong. Her desire was that she wanted a child. And we were tied together by that. There was, I knew from the get-go, and that also probably contributed to my personal stress, was that I knew that would never be.
How much time do you spend thinking about the survivors of this horrible murder, the feelings of your family, Kimberly's friends, her family, the community?
A lot. Today is my son's oldest daughter and my daughter's oldest son. Today is their birthday. I think about them a lot. I've never met my grandkids. I don't know if I ever will. It's like I say, I know this plan to try to heal the community and ultimately heal my family. It'll be really hard. I know that. There's nothing I want more than to have a relationship with my son and daughter. It's always there.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I just have a couple comments to follow up on Board Member Earhart's questions and your answers. One of the things you said to her when she was asking you about what happened, you said, a quote, I think, "I was trying to be so calm," and she, referring to your wife, and you kind of stopped there. But I think, I thought where you were going with it was, but she was so angry. And it just made me think you're blaming the victim. And when you talked
No.
about your dad and how he protected you from everybody's feelings about what happened, I couldn't help but think you were 34 at the time, you're 64 now. Why did you need your dad? I mean, what's that all about? I was just surprised that you didn't figure some of this out yourself. I just have one question though. When you were talking about the life sentence crime in the current psychological, you said, if I live in remorse, what does that say about me? And I just wondered, what does that say about you in your mind?
Can I ask you, when you say live in remorse, what does that look like? Does that mean I
Those
wake
were
up?
your words. Those
That-
were your words.
I know, but I think what I'm trying to say is, like, for me, if I live in remorse, it means I wake up every morning and every waking hour. I am so ashamed of what I did. And if I live in remorse, my life is centered around remorse. Is that right? Is that what I'm supposed to do? I know I did a horrible thing. I know I will never be able to make up for that. It's like when I talk about trying to heal the community and my victims, like, I know I will never be able to bring the scales back to even. But I think maybe the commissioner got me when I say I live my life in such a way that it would make my wife proud. I can't say whether she accepts it. I control me. I control how I live. And I want to think that it's something that, yeah, the biggest thing I've learned is, like, I control me, and I can just try to live my life in such a way that, like I say, I tell all my friends that, like, with kids, just be someone they can be proud of. You can't control what is going to happen when you get out, but just do that and then go forward. And that's kind of where I come from.
Thank you.
Mr. Schoen, so a couple of things struck me in some of your original responses to some of the commissioner's questions, and part of it is based on the hearing you had with the governor. So you said that you're surprised by the reaction of your family. Is that accurate, or maybe I'm characterizing it?
It would be more that I was surprised at the level of pain that they were bringing forward. Obviously they're hurt, but it was
Sure.
like,
Okay.
it was a lot more than I expected.
Nope, sure. So that actually, your clarification is actually helpful, because so one of the things that I'm struggling with is, how can you not see the pain how could you not appreciate the pain that they would likely be experiencing, recognizing, so you've referenced restorative justice a couple of times, and one of the big tenets of that is the ripple effect of crime.
Yeah.
So how can you be I'm struggling a little bit to understand that, because understanding the ripple effects of crime and how that just lingers on, yet you're surprised at the intensity of the emotion with which your family would be experiencing. So can you help me to square that?
Yeah, I know how my crime affected so many people. And again, it goes to, it's the degree. It's like, how do I put myself, I mean, I have empathy, but how do I put myself in that exact moment to know? And frankly, it was my sister, and it shows how we weren't really close, I guess you would say. That's maybe what took me by surprise, is how much more pain she was feeling than what I imagined. My amount of empathy that I had for her did not get anywhere as close to hitting the mark of how much pain she was actually going through. It was one of those things, like, if we had had conversations, perhaps I would have had a better grasp on what she was going through. But again, it's like when you're totally insulated, that's where we are in prison, that it's hard to see what's going on in the world. And I don't know if I'm doing a very good job answering your question, but it's basically the ripple effect of how that hit her that hard. I guess I didn't understand that.
Okay. So then I also, so in your opening statement, you said that your release plan is based or kind of rooted in restorative justice philosophies.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, that I don't see that. I'll be absolutely honest. I do not see that. It looks more to me as though, so I understand the desire to kind of repair a relationship. However, putting forward a plan to insert yourself back onto the family farm, and then once there, attempt to restore some of those fractured relationships, I don't believe that is restorative justice. I'll be honest with you. So I think some real work needs to be done on that front. So I mean, I'm encouraging you to dig deeper on that. That's part of the reason I say it, because I'm just not convinced that is a restorative justice release plan. So I really want you to dig and do some more soul searching. And I know Chris had mentioned that should you dwell on the details, and I think there's a difference between dwelling on the details, and however, repairing the harm, I think that is something that should be part of every day, is striving to restore the harm. So you don't have to necessarily dwell on the details. However, I would assume from a survivor's perspective, a victim's perspective, having some closure and really understanding what happened can be beneficial for them. So, which is why I would again encourage you to dig a little more deeply to really be able to have a full understanding of what it was that led to the events of that day. So, I'll end that. I appreciate your comment about my question. So that's it for me.
My thinking was, like, I know my release plan is not anywhere near what it should be to actually go really, it's a good foundation, I feel. And like when I say we just met with a guy from a place called 2911 Ministries. They do mentor work and release planning and things like that. And he said, remember that reacclimating to the community is a 3-year process. So to think that I'm just going to go boom, right straight, plop into Truman, that's not realistic. Like I said, start with the community. Away from there, that you get, basically you create a new community. And then the idea is that community works out into the other community, because community is what starts the healing and restorative justice. If the community doesn't have their questions answered, the process cannot begin. So how does the community get their questions answered? That's kind of where I'm working at.
Okay, so I'll just follow up. So do you think attempting to repair relationships and remake connections can that happen while you're still incarcerated, or do you have to be in the community in order for that to happen?
That's a really good question. I don't know. The thing is, like, if someone doesn't want to look at something, they're not going to see it, right? So I'm not saying that you have to insinuate yourself right into the community, but word gets around like, oh yeah, Pete's out and he's doing really good up there doing this and that. That, you can't, one of our speakers at RJ that I was very touched by, she said, you can't direct where your healing, where your giving goes. You just give where you're at. And I feel that's where, if I'm in the community, it's easier to give to that community. But I realize that that's a pretty steep slope to start on. If you create this community, where life's made up of many different communities. You create this community and you go to this one, grows into that one and that one. That's kind of how I envision it. I realize it's like, you cannot just go, hey, look at me, I'm good now. It's like, that's not how life works.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. I'm going to turn to the pastor and just open the floor for you to provide your thoughts and insights. Pastor Phillips?
Yes. Hi, all of you. Thanks for having me here. I want to explain this background behind me. I'm actually on a cruise ship in the Caribbean. That's not my office behind you that you see there. So all those mirrors and everything is actually in the room of a cruise ship. But anyway, thanks again for having me. I'm sorry I was a little bit late. I thought
No,
this
no,
was
you're
going to
fine. You're
be
fine. Thank you for being
a
here.
little later. I don't have the advantage after COVID at Faribault. We were no longer able to or I wasn't anyway. As a pastor, I couldn't have professional visits because I'm there on Sundays preaching. So I'm here as Pete's pastor, and kind of here for moral support for him. But I haven't had a day-to-day connection with him or one-on-one visits with him in quite some time.
Okay.
I'm here to say that I believe in him enough to set this up from the Caribbean to come in and say that, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But I've known Pete for several years, and I have interactions with him before and after church every Sunday, and that's our connection there.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you getting out of the sun and coming in and
Sure.
getting on this call. We
Sure.
appreciate it, and I appreciate your support of Pete and just your regular ministry to people who are incarcerated. So thank you for
Thank you.
that, and
Thank you.
I know it obviously means a lot to Pete to have you here.
Yes.
So Pete, I want to turn to you and give you, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next step, I want to open the floor to you for any final comments that you may have for the board as we talk about next steps.
I guess I'd like to say one of the things I'm most proud of is what we've done here. I know, Mr. Ray, you came and visited our ELU unit, and I am so honored. I wrote a testimonial to the captain and said about how grateful I am to have been chosen to be the unit representative of our ELU, the community that we have created there in just 6 months. It's amazing. I feel that I have taken all the lessons that I've learned in life, all the lessons I've learned through the DOC, whether it be PFG, RJ, my working relationships with all the teachers and classes. I'm very proud to be a part of the ELU. One of the things that struck me when we were in front of the governor was Mr. Wicklander said that he made a comment to the governor about having the opportunity to change the culture between staff and offenders. And when we moved into the ELU and they put the posting up for unit reps, it was just like, maybe this is my chance. Maybe Guy couldn't get that, but maybe I can do that. So I have worked hard. I am so proud of the community we have created. Prison does not look, or should I say, the ELU does not look like prison anymore. We don't have officers in the unit. They make a round once an hour, and that's the extent of it. We are growing every day. I wish the changes that are in these guys. For instance, last night, one guy told me, he says, Pete, I never used to say hi. I never used to talk to anybody. He says, now it's like I find myself saying hi to everybody. It's like I made a point when we moved over there. We generally didn't get out for patio. One of the things we have is we're outside. So I will go out and have a cup of coffee. I don't go to breakfast. As everybody comes back, I say good morning. I say, hi, how are you guys doing? And it is so awesome to see how that has changed people. It's like one of the things I take personally is like trying to convince staff what we are doing is this is far beyond anything anybody would have comprehended except Captain Dolan. I am proud to say that, yeah, I'm a part of the ELU. We have issues. A lot of my guys look at what happened at the Stillwater ELU and they're like, oh, this and that. And I said, no, it's like, we are creating a legacy. We will change prison with what we're doing here. We, for instance, the captain came through with a tour one day and I happened to be there and I gave a little presentation. I said, yeah, it's like, it's changing the culture when we have a little bit of autonomy. And the captain kind of scoffed and said a little bit. And it's like to convince these guys that you are in control of yourself. You can show who you are. One of the big things that strikes me about the ELU is like the large percentage of guys I facilitate RJ 101, the large percentage of guys in the unit that have done that. Prison fellowship, we have a third of our prison fellowship group comes from the ELU, and there's 18 units in Faribault. So the representation of these guys is amazing that we want. And our thing is like, it's not just about getting things, it's about doing things. It's about our community service. I just started this week. We are going to have a garden program. It'll be called Fenced In Farmers. We are working with the University of Minnesota Master Gardener program. They are very excited to come in and start a garden program. Like we have so much room here at Faribault. It's like we can make use of it. We can show how we are giving back to our community. This to me is restorative justice. This is how we give back. And I am thankful to you, Commissioner, for the opportunity to have been put in this position and to be able to we define what our unit is. We were able to create what the core values were. The mission statement came from, I wrote the mission statement. It's like, how honored is that? And I know it's like, it's always gonna be a struggle for anyone to deal with their past that they are so ashamed of. But by creating the community we created, it's like, this is who I am. This is how I envision going forward in the world. I've had conversations with the captain. Our ELU is way closer to community than anything there is in prison, than any level of prison. I am so proud of that. And I feel like this, I believe it was the testimonial I wrote. I said, I struggled with forgiveness in that the DOC, forgiveness is not something that goes with the DOC. But I also then I said, but there is such a thing as redemption. And I feel redeemed by what the DOC has let us do in this unit. And I like I say, I try to work with the staff as much as possible to make sure, show them who we are. And the one officer jokingly said, "Oh, and here comes the mayor now," as I was walking down to Bible study one day. And I kind of like, oh, that's quite the compliment. But I just like to say, I am honored to be able to show, like, if what goes on in the ELU, how I have been able to have a hand in that. And this is what like I said, this is what I talk about. This is what I want to do in the community. We have a community inside the prison that a lot of communities outside of the world would be envious of. It is in 6 months to take guys who don't know each other to now we are one. We have community meetings every month. One of the things that I constantly remind guys is, remember when you walk outside the gate here of the patio, when you're in the facility, you are a representative of the ELU. It's like, you may not realize it, but staff are watching, others are watching. So please conduct yourself in such a way that it shows respect to our unit and what we do. Basically, it's like, you can't, if you go out and get upset, you don't throw a temper tantrum, you don't call staff out. And my thinking with my release plan is like, that's what I want to do. I want to be a representative of the ELU that shows this is what we are creating in prison. I want to be someone that is a good reflection, is an awesome, great reflection on the ELU. And to change this culture it's humbling. And it's, like I said, we're creating a legacy here, and I would love to be proud someday to tell my kids that I was a part of this. With that, I'll stop.
All right, thank you. I mean, so just, for anybody who is listening, or, Earned Living Unit, the ELU, is really about having more of a positive peer culture, a place where people who are committed to change, self-reflection, growth, all of those things can reside, in part based on their behavior, and in part all based on their commitment to bring about and explore change. And sometimes, not surprisingly, prisons and really a lot of environments make it hard for people to show themselves and be vulnerable. And one of the goals of Earned Living Units is to try to create environments where that can happen. So I appreciate those comments. With that, I'm going to close that portion of the discussion and turn this to a board discussion and deliberation about next steps. during that time, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for discussion and next steps.
Well, I
Well,
think that part of the discussion should be that Mr. Schoen needs to begin the very, very difficult part of his transition by developing genuine empathy. And by that, I'm referring to what some psychologists refer to as constructive guilt. It's a very painful, self-directed process that addresses the victim's suffering, how they felt, what they went through, every aspect of it, the fear, confusion, pain, as well as that of each of the survivors. And that's going to take quite a bit of time because it's the most difficult part of any programming for many people. So that's just a comment I'd like to start with.
Thank you,
And-
Chris. I cut you off.
My comment is simply not to diminish his accomplishments, but I think he needs some really intense, well, I'll just say mental health work to figure out the damage he's done. I don't think he has a clue. So that would be number one condition, and number two condition would be a realistic release plan, because I think what he's got going now is very unrealistic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with all of the comments. I as much as I'm appreciative of the work that he's done, and he's done a lot of work, including saving the life of a corrections officer. It's what strikes me is I think what I would kind of classify as just a lack of understanding of the impact that this had on his own family. And that goes back to both Chris and Joe's point. I mean, that is not something that I heard in all of the questioning and testimony. And I think that sort of awareness really is, I would need to hear that. And that is not something that I heard at all. And one of the notes I wrote multiple times was I don't think that there was recognition of the impact, just a real lack of insight. That's what strikes me.
So I appreciate this because I think this was exactly what I was attempting to communicate to Mr. Schoen in that follow-up letter I had done, was this whole notion of that there is something, and that whether it's that constructive guilt kind of work that's there, that just I just can't hear, and I don't see, and he is in an environment now where we want people to be able to kind of shed some of the shells, all of that kind of stuff, to be able to really do the work of gaining insight and understanding impact. And I mean, just even the thought of like going back there to demonstrate like who I am. And I think this was your point, Andrew. I think that, it was just like, what, how does that reflect any level of restorative justice? And how does that happen? And I think maybe, and again, I don't mean any disrespect by this, but I think some of, that the fact that his dad kept him from experiencing a lot of the pain. I think you mentioned that, Chris, and just that these things have kept him from really being in a place of experiencing or really doing the hard work of looking at what he did, who he impacted, and how he impacted them. And the whole notion of being realistic about the fact that he may never have the opportunity to reconnect, to prove anything to anybody. And yet he needs to be able to do that himself. I'm gonna at least pitch a motion here. And I'm gonna stage this because I do think that I want to try on the one hand to really use a little bit of you need to understand how big and how serious this is, and at the same time to provide some type of an off-road to be able to let him come back before the board to show what he's doing. And so what I'm gonna, I would make this motion. I would move that we deny parole, that we set a continuance period of 6 years, that Mr. Schoen be given the opportunity after a period of 4 years to be able to petition through a PRT process in HRU to be seen by the board, and that really would need to be, it can only occur if the PRT, and this is work that's done in the program review team, with Mr. Schoen as a part of that, were to be able to come together and indicate that he has done the intense mental health work that I think was being suggested, by Board Member Bray, that he really engage in a much deeper understanding of what it is he did, that work around constructive guilt, levels of empathy, and that his release plan not be informed by fantasies about what he can do to bring in other people, and to convince them that he's somehow different. And again, I'm not suggesting for a minute that the objective of the board is not to determine whether Mr. Schoen is a good or bad person. But the board has a responsibility to ensure that he has the level of insight not to engage in this kind of behavior again. And as was said, people, I think when we talked to him before, he had said, nobody would have necessarily predicted that I would have ever done this, which then prompts the question, then what is it that we would need in order to feel confident that he doesn't represent an unintended risk? And that really can only occur, in my view, with a level of absolute clarity and insight into what it is he did and how he did it, and the impact of that. And so obviously that we can certainly add other elements to this, but I do think that's the starting place. So I would make that motion. Is there a second?
Second that.
The motion, and there is a second. Any other thoughts, suggestions, ideas? Hearing none, we'll call the vote, and obviously, it has not been an issue for him, but, just, the behavioral expectation of remaining discipline-free is a standard, but, so to the motion, Board Member Bray?
Abstained.
Board Member Earhart?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. The motion passes. And so, Mr. Schoen, you've heard this, you've heard the conversation here, and I have no doubt that this is disappointing for you. And at the same time, what I hope you do is you take what you've heard here, not just from me, and not just from what you heard from the feedback or the comments that you were able to, for the first time, hear in the pardon board process, but that you hear this from other members of this board, you know, where they're at and the things that we're looking at, that it is not, this is not a simple matter of, because I think there has been some tendency on your part to view barriers in your communication as the reason why decisions were made as they were. And I don't think this is about a barrier in communication. I think this is about a barrier in insight. And certainly I think, you know, we can help you develop a better understanding of that with behavioral health and others at the facility. But that's where we are. Do you have any questions about this? Okay. We wish you the, go ahead.
Remain same custody.
Yeah, remain in the same custody level. Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir. And we will get you a letter that will provide you with explanation of the decision. All right. Thank you. And we can go ahead and make the switch out to bring in Mr. Nemo when you're ready.
We good with Phil? Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon, can everyone hear me?
You hear us?
Yep.
Yes, very well, thank you. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review John Samuel Nemo, also known as John Samuel Jolly, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Mr. Nemo has his mother and advocate participating today. Thank you for joining us today, Ms. Spahn. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, Joe Earhart, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate that on August 31st of 1991, in the city of Minneapolis, John Samuel Nemo, also known as John Samuel Jolly, kidnapped an 8-year-old girl from his workplace at the Discount 70 store. He followed her to the bathroom area in the basement of the workplace. When she exited the bathroom, he put his hand over her mouth and struck her in the head with a rubber mallet. He then took her to another area in the basement, strangled her until she lost consciousness. He then put the victim in a box and carried it to his car. He then took the victim to his house and sexually assaulted her. On September 2nd of 1991, Mr. Nemo admitted filling the bathtub with water, getting in with the victim and holding her head underwater 3 minutes until she drowned. He then placed the victim in a plastic bag, drove the body to a wooded area along South 35, where he dumped the body. On May 22nd, 1992, John Samuel Jolly, now known as John Samuel Nemo, was sentenced to a life sentence for 3 counts of first-degree murder in Hennepin County District Court, including causing the death during the course of a criminal sexual conduct in the first degree. John Nemo has been previously reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel 3 times, and he was continued for a future review each time. Today's review represents his 4th review after serving approximately 34.5 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date occurred on September 2nd of 2021. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nemo. How are you today?
To the end of the table, so it's not good. I'm sorry, sir, what was that?
How are you today?
I'm nervous, of course, and hearing the recounting of the crime is hard always.
Okay. So let's just start by having you talk a little bit about what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, I think the first thing I'd like to see happen is I'd like if any of the Marquez family or anyone who knew Margaret or related to her, I'd like them to know that I am sorry for what I did, that I take full accountability for it in case any of them are watching, and that I'm not just saying it, I've tried very hard to make all the changes that one can make so that nothing like that would ever happen again. Beyond that, I am hoping that the board will see that I've made enough changes and I have the awareness and the practice in using it and the tools that I don't think I'm a threat to society anymore. I think I can move forward, and I'd like to hopefully get be moved to minimum and maybe have a work release date as well, so that I can show that I'm, next time I see the board, I can show that I'm ready for more.
Okay. Can you talk about what it is that makes you feel as though you're ready?
Well, I've done a lot of work on changing. I have done a lot of work on knowing how I got to the point of offending, 34.5 years ago, how to intervene on that, how to watch for the warning signs of that, and developing a support system that will help me, keep myself and other people safe. And the tools, of course, to intervene as thinking comes up, and practice doing that in prison for now many years.
So what, can you like go into what those protective factors are that, that you've developed?
Okay. Well, first of all is awareness, knowing what my red flags are, what my warning signs are that I'm getting out of balance or heading down a bad path. So for instance, when I start talking over people and not listening, I know that that's a red flag for me. When if I start making up excuses for not doing stuff and not trying, I know that that's a red flag. I know that if I'm having unhealthy sexual thoughts, even at a low level, I know that that's a red flag, and I need to act and intervene on my thinking before thinking becomes actions. That's the next part is I have a lot of interventions that I've learned to use. I have, I'm always, when I'm having sexual thoughts, there's something that we were taught in SOTP called CERTS, consent, equality, respect, trust, and safety. So I can know that if my thoughts are healthy, if all those factors are present. I intervene on thinking a lot of times by thinking about the consequences. If I play something out in my head, well, what are the consequences of this going to be? Like say, for instance, somebody in here, and this is low level, but somebody gets in my face and threatens me or something. It's like, well, what are the consequences of that going to be if I were to get violent with him? Well, there'd be the immediate consequences of going to SEG. Then there'd be the consequences of losing my job, losing my placement in the ELU. But there's also the consequences of like the physical violence. I mean, if I hurt him, I mean, I think about, the pain that afflicts, who else connected to him, the ripple effect. And that usually is enough to get me out of the mindset of that negative kind of thinking. I also, another part of that is my support systems. When I was younger, I didn't know how to get help, and I didn't know who to approach for it. And today that's different. Today I know ideas of who to reach out for. In my release plan, I have several, not just support people like my mother, but also professionals, places that I have listed that I can go to if I'm in distress. So it creates kind of a web that's interlinked, that, helps me maintain this. And I'm sorry, I'm just really nervous right now. So I'm kind of.
No problem.
I hope that answers your question.
Okay. So you've put together a pretty comprehensive, release plan, and you've talked, you identified a series of challenges.
Mhm.
What do you, can you walk through some of the things that you think are going to be most challenging for you?
Okay. Well, at minimum custody, of course, it's always an adjustment when you transfer to a new facility. There's going to be the challenge of getting used to having the bracelet on me and making sure that I know how to properly address that. There's going to maybe be one of the things I actually worry the most about will be dealing with other IPs who may be bringing things in from outside. And what if one of those guys is my roommate? What's the best way to deal with that? How can I, navigate that situation? But I've had to navigate these situations before. I also think about, how can I get the most out of my time at minimum? I mean, I know that's not really a struggle, but it's kind of, it's always a challenge to figure out how you're going to get the most out of these things. When it comes to work release, I think about the struggles being, actually having access to society again, feeling like the stranger in a strange land kind of thing, because I've been locked up for so long. Figuring out what it means to be an adult in the 21st century versus the kid I was in the 20th. Figuring out where my place is with my family, navigating temptations, navigating other people. And again, I worry about other, I guess, people in the halfway house bringing things in. Not that I'm tempted to use them, I'm afraid of getting hit with collateral damage. When it comes to being, you know, when I think about how am I going to reintegrate into society in positive ways, and of course, there's going to be a lot of rejection. You know, there are going to be people who are not going to be able to see me for who I am and only think about who I once was. There are going to be people who, you know, just don't want to be around me, don't like me. And I've dealt with that before, but it's still going to be a struggle. It still hurts. But I have a lot of support there. There's so much help at that level, especially because I plan to be involved in treatment. I plan to be involved with like some of the transitional support groups. Plan to be involved with Power of People and all these other positive things with people who can help me navigate a lot of those challenges. And that's the same when it comes to eventual supervised release, which would start off with ISR. You know, I know friends who've done ISR and successfully completed it, who I can turn to and say, like, how did you guys, you know, deal with this? How did you deal with that? But it's still going to be some individual things, because it's one thing to hear it from somebody, it's another to go through it and make sure that you're doing all these things. And of course, the other big thing is learning to do, I think one of my big struggles will be learning to do the basic life things that I never had to do before. Learning how to grocery shop, learning how to cook for myself, making sure that my budgets are out there, but there's no safety net, you know? Those are some of the struggles that I think of the most, I guess.
Okay. I'm going to open the floor to other board members to ask any questions they have of Mr. Nemo.
I've got a few questions for Mr. Nemo. So first, you know, it's obvious to me like you've put a lot of thought and work into, you know, kind of self-reflection and through all of the programs that you've participated in. I know you've provided a great deal of suggestions to, I believe it was to the commissioner about, you know, the release process and ways to make improvements to it. And I'm appreciative of that. I wanted to point out that my copy of Until We Reckon arrived in the mail today. So with that, what, and I'll just be honest. So the offense that you committed, I mean, literally I think it is kind of the stuff of nightmares. I mean, a stranger abduction, you know, rape, like it's, I think one of the most, I think it's what people, when they think of kind of the worst offense, like it probably fits that mold. So how do you think, in assessing your suitability for release, like how do you think the board should take that into consideration? Like I'm curious as to your insight on that. And if my question may have been clumsily framed, so if you need me to rework it, I can do that, but I'm hoping you understand kind of what I'm getting at.
I think I do. I think it would be, the board should look at it and frame it in a way that where maybe extra scrutiny is involved, and particularly scrutiny at the parts of, am I showing actual change for one thing? Because I think that's key. I think that, you know, it's really hard because I do understand it. I mean, it's, you know, textbook definition of heinous. And I mean, I'm not trying to say that lightly, but I'm acknowledging the horror of what I did. But there's also a factor of, you know, the past can't be changed. I was pretty young when I did this. And I think that really a lot of the I would hope that the board would focus on what's the actual risk today. That's not to diminish or take away anything from it, but it's something that unfortunately, much as I wish I could change it, I can't change it. And so I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say it has to be set aside. I think, like I said, look at it would be added scrutiny compared to a different crime. But I would say look at what the risk involved is, what the amount of change, and is that change sincere? Am I making sense to your question?
You are. Nope. And honestly, so the added scrutiny, I think that does, yeah, I mean, that does resonate with me because I think you're right, and I think the fact that you acknowledge that I think is insightful for me at least. Oh, and I apologize. I had a spin-off question from that, and it has escaped me. But so a couple other questions. So with that, I know you talk a lot about restorative justice ideals and those sorts of things. And one of the things that I recall you mentioning in terms of victim involvement in this process is where you advocate for victims being able to provide input into the conditions of someone's release. And I'm paraphrasing it, so if the wording isn't exactly right, but I think you understand what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So what if the victims say, under no circumstances would I ever advocate for that? Then what? From the perspective of the board.
From the perspective of the board, I think that the board has to take victim sentiment into account, but I don't think that the board can realistically require somebody to be forgiven by the victims. Sometimes the hurt goes too deep. Sometimes they may not have had access to healing that other people have. And if that's the only reason to keep somebody in prison, I don't like saying victims. That's why what I advocated for was for them to have some say, because in release planning, so that it would be a win-win. It would be, if he does this, then I helped shape him to make him suitable. If he doesn't do this, I helped keep him in. But the person who says, I in no way could ever do this, I don't want to say dismiss it, but I would say that if it's the only thing keeping you back, I don't think that can be the only reason to keep somebody in. Because some people, like I said, they just may not have access to the healing that other people have. They may never be able to forgive. And that doesn't factor into public risk. It doesn't factor into change. It doesn't factor into other things. And I'm not trying to be callous. I'm really not. There's got to be a balance, though.
No, and I appreciate that. And I'll be honest, like I'm challenging, like I'm wanting to ask challenging questions because one of the things, one of the challenges for me is, and I'll be honest, like your case is probably one of the most challenging that I've seen thus far. Is it's hard for me to, I mean, all of the crimes with which we see are really challenging and difficult in their own right. But I'll be honest, yours, and maybe you'd even have some insight on this for me as well. Yours, I think, is even more challenging because oftentimes the cases we see kind of, and this will be overly simplifying it, but I mean, there's kind of a trajectory, like, oh, there's some behavior in the community, and then it peaks at, you know, the commission of the offense, and then, you know, their time in prison kind of drops, and then there's a trajectory that on some level, again, I'm probably overly simplifying the categorization of it, but it, like, you kind of like, okay, yep, I see that. Yours doesn't follow that trajectory at all. It's literally just nothing. And then literally, as you yourself categorized it, one of the most heinous offenses that could be imagined. So those are tougher for me even. So maybe you have some insight in that. I don't know.
Well, I think the problem is that other trajectories might be more obvious, but there was a trajectory with mine. It wasn't all of a sudden out of nowhere a blip occurred. There was a build up to it, and it, again, I think I talked about it in my letter. It started years and years ago, and there was acting out, but it was so low level. I mean, leading up to my offense, I was talking about stuff. I was telling people, I was seeking help in the wrong places, trying to find a way to divert myself. But ultimately, I made the choices. I'm not trying to take anything away from that. But it was at least a 6-month period leading up to it where I was spinning further and further out of control. And there were things that were going on. I just wasn't being caught for them. I was stealing from work. I was doing other stuff. Again, I was acting really crazy and menacing. And I mean, I think they talked about in one of the reports, you know, I had threatened my stepfather. There were things, warning signs. It's just that they were, because I hadn't been in a lot of trouble before, they were overlooked. And again, it's not as much as like the guy who beats somebody up first and does these other things. There was a buildup. It's less obvious.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I just have a comment, Mr. Nemo, not a question. I do agree your offense is particularly hard to think about, and it does just bring up so many negative emotions. But my comment is, I think you've done a really good job of answering any concerns that personally I had. Not to say how I'm going to vote, but I just think you've done a nice job today. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Nemo?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you completed SOTP and that during that program, you would have talked a lot about precursors, planning, triggers, high-risk situations, that sort of thing. And I'm wondering, in this offense, you talked about things leading up to it, but how long had you been fantasizing about this type of offense, and was it specific to a child, or was it more opportunistic, just waiting for a victim?
It was much more opportunistic, and I had begun fantasizing early in 1991. And in fact, the first fantasies involved first a woman who worked under my supervision, a young woman, and then secondly, there was a woman who asked to if she could come in and buy something. I worked at a fast food place prior to my job where I committed my offense. And she had asked to come in and purchase some fries after I was closed. And I actually considered abducting her using one of the knives and the thing. And instead I kept the door locked, told her no, I was closed. And I called my friend Aaron McKee and broke down and told him I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was almost came close to killing somebody that night. And of course, Aaron, bless his soul, was 20 years old. And he's like, no, you're just angry. You're not going to do anything. And so I had this pattern leading up to the offense of, I left that job I think like a week or two later. I had a pattern of running away from the situation without confronting what the underlying issues were. But it was all opportunistic. It could have been anybody.
Had your fantasy included killing the victim?
You know, that's one of the really tough things because I thought a lot about how to get away with the murder, but I never actually thought about what it would be like to kill somebody. I didn't have a way of killing somebody planned. In fact, the only other thing I ever remember thinking about was having read in some true crime article or something that it was hard to detect insulin as a murder weapon because it shows up naturally in the body. But I made no attempt to secure a syringe, needle, or insulin. So, excuse me, I thought a lot about it. And I thought a lot about how to get away with murder. And I definitely had a lot of fantasies involving rape. I'll own that completely. The murder, it kind of got tacked on at the end. Even though I had thought about how to get away with it and had fantasies about this stuff, I never thought about the actual ways of doing it or the actual act itself. I know that seems weird, but
I hear what you're saying. At what point did you decide to murder the child?
that morning, I was so worn down and so scared. I thought the police were going to come in at any moment. And I just felt desperate and just wanted to get it over with and pretend that nothing had ever happened. But you can't do that. You can't do something like that and pretend that it never happened. I was young and stupid and arrogant.
Well, I'm guessing then in the program that you've been over this before, but what do you think the victim experienced from her perspective from the beginning until the end?
I think she was terrified. I think she was in pain and I think that she believed that if she just didn't do anything, that she would be all right. Because she was a child and I was an adult, and adults are taught, to just do or go along with whatever an adult does. And that shames me beyond belief to think that I exploited something like that. And I think that there was probably, a lot of psychological and physical pain from hunger, physical pain from the blow I inflicted on her. The terror of wanting her mother and not being able to have her mother come. And, then some strange monster comes and takes your life. I mean, I have had to think about it a lot. One of the assignments that we had in SOTP was to write out the crime from the victim's perspective. So.
Another question, at any point, did you use rationalization during or after you committed the murder?
I think I must have. I mean, I think I remember, it's been a long time and you'll forgive me. I'm not trying to avoid your question, but I think I remember rationalizing that, you know, people go missing every day and nobody cares. Rationalizing that, you know, because I was smart, this was okay to do, rationalizing, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm answering your question very well, but I'm trying.
That is what I was trying to get at. What kind of things, as they called them, lies you told yourself during and afterwards. Just from the standpoint of the future, what have you identified as high-risk situations and triggers? What sorts of situations might you be in?
Let's see. Well, I think, I'm sorry if I'm hesitating. I'm just trying to really think about what would be really high risk for me. I really feel like I've got a handle on a lot of things. I think high risk as far as doing something to me would maybe be if I was right out the gate, if I was, I mean, really have to be struggling to even think about hurting somebody innocent again. But as far as violence, I think if I felt backed into a corner and felt like I had no choice but to fight, I might be violent. And then I'm afraid that I would, I have a lot of nightmares about really hurting somebody because I can't stop if I'm in a fight and but what else would be high risk? I know it seems like I'd say like, oh, if I'm out there and a child is by, I'm like, no, because the first thing I'm going to do is try and get the F away. So to me, that's like, and I can't imagine any situation where I would be locked up alone with a child. I think the biggest risks for me, and I don't even really think that the being rejected anymore, because I used to be so desperate to be with somebody that I wanted to be with anybody, and I don't feel that anymore. And I'm not trying to say there aren't any high risk situations. I'm just trying to be honest about what I think those are.
But if you did start to experience deviant fantasies of any sort, what is your plan?
Oh, well,
What would you do if you?
Okay, if I start having deviant fantasies, well, I have a number of interventions that I can use, including there's one that we develop in SOTP called covert sensitization. So what you do is when you have the deviant sexual fantasy, you think back to like usually a scent is a real trigger thing because it's so deeply ingrained in us. And the scent that I use is I hate to say this, sorry, it's disgusting. Rotten tobacco spit. When I was a janitor,
Yes.
when I was a janitor in St. Cloud, we had to crush cans by stepping on them using our boots. We didn't have a can crusher. And that was back when we had tobacco, and I had a can full of rotten tobacco splash all over me, and I vomited. So that's a pretty strong trigger. Also, again, there's the consequential thinking. What's this going to mean to this person? How, no child is going to want to have sex with me or have me do anything sexual to them. How is this going to hurt them? How is it going to hurt their family? What is it going to hurt? How is it going to hurt my mom? How is it going to hurt the community if I were to do these things again? That's really powerful to me and really undoes a lot of stuff. I mean, it really, the reality kicks in real quick when I do think about the consequences of things. There's also, I have friends that if I was really struggling with that kind of thinking, I can talk to about because they've been through it too. People, ex-offenders who've had sex offenses who've been released. Again, I hope to be involved in programming and so I'd have a therapist that I could come into and bring it in with a group and talk about it. But in the moment, I mean, it's the consequential thinking, it's the covert sensitization, it's empathy for that little person, and also not wanting to go hurt any more victims again. I mean, that's really, I don't know how I can express that really, it weighs on me. I had the first opportunity to really, in this lifer book, no other one that I've gotten had all the court transcripts in it or the summaries. And I got to, after 34.5 years or 33 years, I got to read the victim statements. And I wasn't in a space to hear it back in 1992. I wasn't in a headspace, but I've wanted to read those and hear them. And it's horrible. It's horrible hearing the pain of the Marquez family and their anger and their fear, and knowing that I'm responsible for that. And I think I went a little beyond your question, and I'm sorry.
No, that was what I was looking for. One more question. As part of your release plan, do you have any kind of support group, follow-up group, any sort of ongoing work that you'll be doing?
Yeah. I was hoping I think they changed their name, but again, I've talked several times about wanting to go do my aftercare and treatment out there with, oh, I'm sorry, my mind just went blank. Oh, it's not core, it's,
No?
yes, it's a group. Can I look real quick? I'm sorry, my mind's
I'd like to
shorting
know
out.
from the standpoint of what your plan is. I just wondered.
Yeah, it's Alpha's Human Services. It's the name of the treatment program. And
Thank you.
I also wanted to get involved in the Twin Cities men's group. They have like a transitional group. And there's
Mhm.
also, there's some guys I don't get along with that well on it, but there's Dan Kane's Lifer group out there. So those are formal groups that I'd be a part of, support groups to help me through this. Plus the friends I have who've gone through this, that some of them are lifers, some of them are not. And they're great supports because they've been through these things before. All those will have people who are very knowledgeable in these areas and will be able to help guide me. I mean, I got to do the work, but they're there to help. So is that?
Yeah, that was what I was asking. And from the standpoint of just employment, have you gained any skills that you are thinking of using in terms of employment?
Absolutely. The last time I came up, I had a letter of interest from One Way Construction. That was because of my network cabling training. They wanted me not only to work for them, but off the record, they had told my boss up in Moose that they wanted me as a trainer because of my years of tutor experience. Right now, I'm in a program called Engineering Drafting and Design, where I'm learning to make engineering models using a program called SolidWorks, and that's something I think I'd be really jazzed about doing. I've completed small engine repair, and even if I've got a bachelor's degree, and even if none of that panned out, I know now I can be happy doing so many different jobs. If I had to go out and be a janitor and scrub toilets, you know what? I can do that, and I can be okay doing it until I can find a better job. I'm not gonna like give up with the first job that I don't get. There's so much out there that I could do and be happy at.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to just ask one quick follow-up question if I could. And actually when Joe had asked a question, it kind of brought this into my head. So I know you've talked about, the victim itself or the victim herself, and just what she felt. What do you envision the long-term impact has been on her family, the survivors?
I can only look at what I've seen from other victims who've come in to speak, and the stuff that we play when I teach RJ 101, and listening to and doing reading and stuff, including from Until We Reckon. There are a lot of fallout things from it. This kind of crime can really shatter a family. It can shatter marriages. In her mom's letter, she talked about, I killed her too. And that's something I've heard before from other victims. And I think that, they're absolutely as much the victim of my offense as Margaret is. And it's her family. It's everybody that she knew. I mean, it's the ripple effect goes out. And long term, I worry about, where are they at today? Have they managed to find any healing? And because it can cause all kinds of problems. It can cause stuff from substance abuse to physical, domestic abuse situations, as people aren't able to deal with the stresses, if they don't get help. So I there's just such a broad range of what it could be, but I know that all those things are possible, even though I pray that they aren't, that the family, it hasn't gone through them, but I know that they are possible, that there's so many things. It's not just like, oh, this happened and now we all go, they're all fine now. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right. I want to, at this point, turn to Mr. Nemo's mom, Ms. Span. First, thank you for being here today, and I want to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen in John over time.
I've seen him grow into a man that I believe is not only aware of what he did, but takes complete responsibility for what he did on his own, and without, saying, oh, I blame my mom for the way she brought me up, or what my dad did, or what my, brother or sister did, or whatever, or my friends. And he's confident that he can become a good person in society. I know he's helped a lot of his friends that are incarcerated, and it really, really makes me feel good that he has a friend that he had as a teenager that is willing to stick up for him and saying, this is a good person. We don't know what happened. We are at a loss, and we just want to stand behind him and help him as much as we can.
And when you see the changes, what changes have you seen in him? Most notably, what change have you observed?
Arrogance, for one thing. He's no longer arrogant. He's no longer saying, oh, it wasn't me, I was something else, or making up excuses. He's not making up excuses anymore. He's got it down pat. He knows exactly what he did and what harm it did to not only the Marquez family, but his own family and friends. And he has seen the light to say that he can become what we all knew he could become.
Thank
a
you.
good and decent man.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Mr. Nemo, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
Actually, thank you for asking the tough questions. I mean, it shows that you guys really looked at this and really care. And I think you're doing the justice system justice by doing so, and you're doing your jobs. And I just wanted to say I appreciate that, even if that sounds a little weird. And I'm not trying to, kiss anyone's butt. I just think that you guys are doing what you need to do right now. And that's a good thing. Beyond that, all I can say is, again, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry that you guys have to hear about this crime. I know that this is your job and you chose to do it, but you're still human beings. And I feel every time I come up from one of these things, I feel toxic, like I'm infecting other people with the pain that I caused back when I was 20. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. With that, I will close the discussion and move this to board deliberation and discussion about next steps. During that time, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open it to the floor for a board discussion.
Well, from what I heard from Mr. Nemo, he has a thorough understanding of his offense, the triggers, the precursors, and a good release plan in terms of not reoffending. I do not believe that he poses serious risk to the public any longer. And I would recommend that we deny parole, but that we begin transition to minimum.
Do you have a idea on time frame on that, Joe? Because I don't disagree.
Well, is it generally about 6 months that it takes to arrange that for a minimum transfer? I think it would have to do with the planning from the facility and from the whatever minimum,
4 to 6 months, I would say.
4 to 6.
Joe, are you thinking just, assuming this is, you're framing a motion here, just minimum or minimum and work release when the opportunity comes?
Oh, yes. I'm looking at a transition through minimum and ICWIC and work release. Yes.
And would you consider like 18 months? And again, I'd have to defer to the commissioner and the facility what's realistic, but just trying to help with the motion.
Generally, as Commissioner said, 4 to 6 months for the transition to minimum, and generally isn't about a year in minimum before we look into work release.
It would depend, and 4 to 6 could be quicker. It just depends on where they are bed space wise and the right location and so forth. Yeah, I mean, we certainly have been flexible in terms of what options there exist.
And I'll just throw this out there just for discussion, if nothing else, since we're talking kind of potentially both parts of this. And if people disagree with my perspective on this, please let me know. So does it make sense to do, potentially, the denial of parole? I agree. And I'll just use timeframes just for conversation. What if we deny parole, continuance of 3 years with a 2 year, so with a paper review at 2 years to look at work release for the last year? Does that make sense, what I'm throwing out there?
Well, I would not be in favor of that. My motion is that we deny parole and start the transition to minimum, and that's my motion.
And I would
And I'm not
that motion.
Go ahead.
So can we clarify? So you had said, Joe, that you would just move to minimum and then set the continuance just at end at minimum and then decide on work release, or do you want to do a staged?
Generally, we do a staged, and I would prefer to begin the gradual step down with minimum.
Okay, so do you want to just propose like what that would look like? Is how long are you looking at in minimum, and then what would be the stage?
I was looking at a year, and if they still have the ICWIC program at Lino Lakes, the institution community work crew, to be involved in that during that year in minimum. And then if that goes well, look at work release and through a work release halfway house. And I do know that having completed SOTP, there's far, far more involved in that program than just examining the stages and the offense cycle. It is an extremely rigorous program. If you get through that, you do it successfully, and you learn from it. I believe that he is very low risk.
Okay, so just to clarify here, so let's set a, if let's just say it takes 90 days to get them into work release, you want a year in minimum and then automatic transition to work release?
Yes, if that goes well.
And then what, is there a work release term that you're looking at?
Generally, it's 1 year, assuming.
It would depend. I mean, we've done it in a variety of different ways. So just for purposes of the motion, I'm just trying to construct the motion here and figure out what the term of continuance is. So minimum is a year. I'll just go 90 days to transition. That's 15. And then are you proposing a year in work release?
Yes.
Okay, so then we're really talking about a continuance term of 15 and another 12, so it's 27 months in total with a step down, moving from medium to minimum and then minimum to work release.
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just for clarification, to Joe's point, like I wasn't disagreeing with your motion. What I was suggesting with 3 years was essentially what you have described, except using the 3-year time frame. So I just wanted to clarify. So that was it.
Okay. And any other conditions that are built into this?
Continue in SOTP aftercare if it is available. And I don't know if it is depending on which minimum he's in, and also whether they are still offering that in the work release halfway house, if available, and continue in the aftercare meetings. And I believe you have already looked into that and that you'll be participating.
Okay. And just to be clear, there is ECRC has acted here, and I think there is a risk level designation at 3, I believe, just to make sure people are aware of that and something we have to manage in terms of transition. So, okay, we have a motion. We have a second. We have a second? Yeah, okay.
Yes,
We have a
I
motion
second.
and a second. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Earhart,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
and Schnell is going to vote no. The motion prevails on a 3-1 vote. And Mr. Nemo, step down will commence, and you've heard what that is and what that looks like, the timing of that in the step down sequencing. So we will send you a letter, that details all this. Do you have any questions about any of this?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. Good luck to you, sir, and thank you, Ms. Spann, for being here today. Appreciate that. All right. All right, we are through that portion of the business. Yep. And so just we have last matter is there is just a matter of new business here. There's a discharge application that has been submitted by a person, and we just to let people know, we had talked about that training date coming up, and due to some unforeseen things, that's going to have to be canceled and delayed. The group that was going to be coming in to do that training is not going to be available to come in this month, and so that will probably be moved out to June-ish, July-ish, somewhere in there. Oh, we have
Yeah,
it. Oh, July.
So we had a tentative date on your calendars of July 28th as a backup meeting day. So we're gonna shoot for that day.
I might not have been able to hear you. Your mic was on.
I heard you.
You did,
Okay.
okay, good. So just to give you some sense of that, but in the meantime, there is there was this discharge application that was submitted, and this is a case of where there is some victim opposition to the discharge. And so the core question here was, is this something that the board would like to have scheduled to have the victims come in and have the opportunity to meet with the board either privately or publicly, and to obtain their feedback prior to the discussion and decision about potential discharge from parole.
So Paul, will this case will be scheduled coming up
So-
and we'll be hearing it?
So that's really the core question here. We don't have clear board rules regarding this. But we have generally speaking reached out to victims when there has been a request for discharge. And so in this particular case with opposition, the question really was, I think really a board wish, do we want to schedule it and schedule it with opportunity for the victims to have input prior to us making a decision about discharge?
Another
With the,
clarif-
sorry, so go ahead, Chris.
Well, just quickly, another clarification. What have you done in the past? Has the commissioner made that decision? Or has the commissioner called the advisory board together when this has come up in the past?
Generally speaking, it was the commissioner would make that decision, would make the discharge decision as we did it. So this is really, because this is all new under the board now, and the board has this authority versus the commissioner, it really was, it felt necessary to bring it here to have a discussion about what the board's wishes were.
Well, I'm just curious about this particular case, and certainly it is a heinous crime and involved a child. But is this has the board done this?
This is a
brand-
discharge. This is an application of somebody who's been out for 10 years. They've been on parole for 10 years and are now requesting to be discharged from parole. So it's not related to the Nemo
Okay.
case.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
Yeah, so this is an entirely different thing around the discharge of parole, which we have the authority to do, the board has the authority to do.
So we've seen some of those.
I
So
think
I
we've
get,
done
maybe I'm
that.
just not understanding.
Yes.
The victim opposition.
This is the first time we're getting victim opposition.
Okay, all
That's
right,
the
thank you.
key distinction
That's the
here.
question here.
If
Gotcha.
there was no victim opposition, I think we would bring it before the board and the board could make that decision. And we'd likely be aware if we can make outreach and get input, either, they defer to the board or they oppose. And because there's an opposition here, the question was, what is the board's wishes?
Thank you for the clarification. I guess for me personally, I think it makes sense for the board to hear the perspective of the victims in the case. So I mean, that's just my input.
So written or in person? In person?
Well, the opportunity, I mean, I think
Right.
if we're going to do it, it could either be written, it could be whatever the victim's wishes. I mean, I'm just, Andrew, I
Agreed.
don't want to stamp on your thing,
Agreed.
but
Nope, agreed.
since we make the decisions about discharge in a public meeting, they could have the full range of options to either meet with us privately, like victims are allowed to do, or provide written, or even to speak publicly at a meeting if we're going to be having a discussion about discharge.
And this would help us decide whether or not to grant the discharge?
Yeah, the discharge, yeah, it's really about understanding victim perspective around discharge.
Uh-huh.
And I think in some instances, one of the challenges that can happen is, you have somebody that's on parole for 10 years, 15 years, whatever that is, and they may or may not know, like what that person's involvement has been, to responsiveness to supervision has been, and so forth. And so in those cases, there can be an opportunity for them to hear more about, what the agent who has been doing supervision has seen in that person. And and those sorts of things. But maybe there are things that a victim would speak to that the agent didn't know necessarily. I mean, maybe. And so I think these are the places where,
If it could help the victim in terms of, for lack of a better word, closure, I would be in favor of it.
so since this is and we can certainly talk more, but I think because we're moving out the meeting, the training, and one of the things we were going to do there is really talk about board policies. But given the fact that we have this application pending, there's a couple ways to do it. One is we could definitely just say we're going to defer a decision until we as a board make that decision in a more formal way. And so essentially sit on it until that July meeting. After that July meeting, we could, take a board action today where we're saying that we're going to establish a policy, and that policy would be to provide victim impact or victim input prior to consideration of a discharge application. And that could be done in any of the ways written in person, privately with the board, or publicly at the time of the consideration. So I think those are options. Since this is kind of an action item at some level, I think we would need to probably look at this as a vote, unless we were going to defer. And I think we could defer this to really giving more thought or thinking to this. The person has applied, the agent has provided input, but there is no time frame that we have to decide this in. So
I would really favor the first option, which would be to delay it until we've had time to really thoughtfully talk about this with other board members.
as a matter of
present.
policy, yeah.
Yeah, it's really tough coming in 10 years after. Just, I'm thinking of the person who's been out 10 years and done everything just right. And it's very difficult to say no, but I totally understand it's important to give victims a say. So that's why I'd like to defer.
Other thoughts? I mean, I think it does make sense to have a more comprehensive, robust discussion, and because we will have other cases that, eventually, right now we don't, but with other members.
We have 2 more applications that came in.
Okay, and I'm talking about even the people that would have certified, cases that were certified.
Yes.
Eventually, that would be a
That's-
factor as well.
That's what I was going to say as well. Is I think we're going to want to include the juvenile experts in that
Right.
discussion. So I think deferring it makes sense.
And
All right.
Cheryl, because she isn't here either.
Right, exactly. So why don't, I think we can just say as a matter of that, we're going to defer this. I don't think we need to, because it's not an action, then really it's a deferral of decision until we have that opportunity to come together as a board and decide what the policy should be going forward. So I think that's entirely fair.
I
So,
will notify the applicant that we have a new board and they're in the midst of policy writing, so there will be a delay in a response at this point.
I think that makes sense. And then we can engage the rest of the board members. Okay. The only other action, really the action item we have today is looking for a motion to approve the January 27, 26 meeting minutes.
I move to approve.
Second,
Second,
all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, unanimous, I vote aye as well. And then no public comment today. The next meeting of the Supervised Release Board will occur on March 10th here at the Department of Corrections. And with that, I would accept the motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
And a second,
Second.
and we're adjourned. Thank
Thank
you.
you, everybody.